Hey, City Attorney Doug, can you call me?
What was that?
Can you call me, Doug?
Call you? Okay.
All right, council. It looks like we might just be in time to begin the August 27th regular scheduled council meeting. So we can have the council members pop up their videos and city staff. And before we proceed, Jim, can you check your audio on your end? I know we had some issues last meeting. We can't hear you, my friend. We still can't hear you. Aldi, I think we need to fire Jim because he can't work his computer. I think it's a user error.
Miguel, can you hear me okay?
I can hear your council member. Nelson, Chavez, can you guys, Carbazzi, can you test your audio and Doug?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All
Can
work.
you guys hear me?
Yep.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Testing for the clerk.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you way too much now. Yes. All right. So we'll just wait for the city manager's office to kind of confirm their audio, and then we'll proceed with the meeting, and that'll give us a chance to get Councilmember Vice President Caprioli. Are you online?
I don't see Vice President or Esmeralda Soria online yet.
Okay, so we'll give them a couple of minutes. And for the benefit of the public, we're going to begin today's council meeting with roll call. Okay, the approval of the agenda.
Hello, other people that I do not know.
Ceremonial. And as you can see, I'm home with 2 kids on online learning. So if there's any interruptions, just know that it's their fault. It's not my fault. And we are going to try and stick to the lunch schedule, because if I don't feed them, I don't want CPS to have to come in my house and, you know, tell me about feeding kids. All right, I think we're waiting for Council Vice President Capriolio and for the city manager's office to figure out the audio. So we'll give it a couple minutes before we start. But we'll start with the approval of the agenda, the ceremonial, and then we'll go into closed session. And then we'll come back for the regular agenda, consent items, and the special meeting notice.
I'm not having problems.
Council, I like your background. Is that a photo or is that real life?
Real life. We don't do photos here.
Looks good. Looks good.
Good morning, colleagues.
Good
Good
morning.
morning, Paul.
Hey,
Morning, Mr. Vice President.
Good morning.
Gary, I think the lighting looks great on you. I heard that they finally fixed City Hall lighting.
Yes, I feel like I'm ready for my close-up.
It's not Halloween yet, Gary.
Actually, the lighting is very good in here now. It really is.
Did you hear me, Gary?
No, what'd you say, Paul?
It's not Halloween yet, so don't do the close-up.
No, I know.
Scary.
Gary.
All right. So where are we, folks?
Council Vice President, we're just giving the city manager's office a couple of minutes to get their audio working. Their audio is not working yet, so we'll give them a couple of minutes and then we'll begin with roll call and go into closed session.
Okay, thank you.
Are we doing ceremonials now or later?
We're going to do them before we go into closed session, Councilwoman, after we approve the agenda.
What'd you say, honey?
I was gonna make comments.
Test 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. Looked like it was working.
It sounds good. I think you guys are ready to go.
This will be like the do the attorney's office.
Great.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you for your patience as we got our room set up. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, let's go ahead and proceed. City Clerk, will you call roll call, please?
Councilmember Britta Feld,
Here.
Councilmember Chavez,
Here.
Councilmember Esparza,
Present.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Present.
Councilmember Soria,
Here.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
I am here, thank you.
President Arias.
Present. Gavin, can you play this Pledge of Allegiance video, please?
Yes, sir.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, City Clerk. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda, please?
Yes, there are. Starting with item 1T as in Tom. Actions pertaining to the disposition of Pride Park is being continued to September 17, 2020. Item 3B as in boy, CARES Act retrofit of city facilities is moving to the consent calendar. Item 3C is resolution regarding an AAR appropriating $2,500,000 in CARE fund for telework technology for remote working. That's also being moved to consent. And do you want me to go ahead with the pulled items?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the first pulled item is 1R, and that's being pulled by District 2. It's a PAR adding positions at the airport. Then we have several items from District 6. Item 1M as in Mary, service contract to Scrub Can. Item 1O, which is an application to Clean Mobility Options Program. 1S is in Sam, construction of a solid waste convenience center. Item 1X, installation of a tot lot at Toll House Park. And also District 3 is removing item 1N is in Nancy from the agenda.
City Clerk, I'd like to remove 1AA, pull 1AA.
Okay, got that.
Paul, are you removing that from the agenda, or are you just pulling it from the consent for discussion?
Pulling it from consent for discussion. I like to pull it from the consent, but this will enable you all to understand my position on 1AA. So we'll just pull it from the consent calendar. Thank you.
Okay, for discussion, okay.
And then Clerk and President, I'd like to continue item 3A to the next agenda next week.
Second here.
Mr. President,
Give me 1 second really quick, council. I just want to make sure we get these right. Councilmember Esparza, 3A is the annual action plan.
That's correct. Yeah, we passed an allocation in our budget back in the summer, which is not included. So I want staff to correct that allocation.
That's fine.
And bring back to
I
us
want to
next.
make sure I have the item correct. All right,
I'd like
Councilmember.
to ask staff, Council President, if you don't mind, can we ask staff if 3A is time sensitive? Do I have Jennifer?
City Manager, allow me to go through each of the changes and then we can go one by one.
Okay, great, thanks.
Member Carbasi, do you have any changes to the agenda?
yeah, I would just like to pull from consent for discussion, item 1G.
All right. right, 1G will be pulled for a separate discussion. Do you have that, City Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. Member Butterfield, do you have any items to be changes to the agenda?
Yes, I had initially pulled 1S,
Yes.
construction of a solid waste convenience center, and 1X, installation of the tot lot. I got my questions answered, so I don't need to pull those items.
Okay, thank you.
All right, 1S as in Sam and 1X will remain on consent. Any other council members have changes to the agenda? All right, seeing none, City Clerk, I am tabling the special.
Council President,
Give me one
I'm
second,
sorry.
Council Vice President, go ahead.
1X I'd like to pull just to give some kudos to the hardworking people that got that together, if you would, please.
Okay, 1X will be pulled for a separate discussion from consent. And
Thank you.
City
Sorry to
Clerk,
interrupt.
thank you. City Clerk, I am pulling the special meeting notice item number 1 for a future special meeting, hopefully next week, once we get a couple of items resolved with city staff.
Okay, and is that item 1B on the special meeting
It's,
regarding the Mason Center?
yes,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Mhm.
City Council, do you have any other changes before we go to city staff on what concerns they have with the suggested changes to the agenda? right.
Miguel, I just have a question. So you're pulling the Marjorie Mason Center one?
Yeah, yes, we spoke with city staff today and we have some, we have to do some additional work with legal counsel on one of the CARES Act. So we intend to bring it back in a special meeting notice with a few other CARES Act items.
Got it.
Thank you. With that, City Manager, you have the floor on the changes to the agenda.
Yeah, I was just wondering from staff, and we're trying to get a hold of planning right now, if 3A is time sensitive. I believe it was 3A,
Correct.
but we're having,
Lawyers tell us it's not.
pardon me?
The lawyers tell us it's not time sensitive.
Okay, well, since I can't get a hold of planning, then that's okay. Then, thank you, Doug.
Thank you, City Manager and City Legal Counsel. With that, you have a motion to approve the agenda as
So
amended.
moved.
Council President, can
Uh,
I just
Second.
clarify that 1N, that one pulled or?
Table.
Removed.
Yeah, it's tabled.
Oh,
Agenda.
okay,
The agenda.
thank you.
Also, Council President,
Yes.
can we clarify for the public that the 10 o'clock number 5 was already continued to 9:17 at 10:15?
Yes, I know there's been some questions about that item. Just to clarify, the council's previous action did put that item on the September 17th date for consideration. With that,
Council President, I'll second the motion by Member Carbasi.
great. We have a motion by Member Carbalsi to approve the agenda as amended, second by Council Vice President Carpello. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes,
Council Vice President Capriolia,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
7
Now,
days.
council, we will proceed with the ceremonial presentation by Councilwoman Soria on Women's Equity Day, after which we will go into closed session. Councilwoman, you have the floor.
thank you, Council President. So every year I've had the opportunity to sponsor Women's Equality Day. Well, I can't even speak this morning, excuse me. Women's Equality Day proclamation to commemorate the ratification of the 19th Amendment given to women in the United States the right to vote. This year, it's a very important year because we celebrate and mark the 100 years of the approval of this amendment. And so I wanted to take time, even though we are unable to bring a women's group, to City Hall, to take time to acknowledge really the hard work that has gone to ensure that women had access to vote and that women, actually participated in our democracy. And so I am proud to be a woman. I'm proud to be a woman on the council, and I'm proud to be able to bring this today to recognize the tremendous work and how far women have come in our country, but also recognize that there's still much to do to achieve equal pay for equal work, to make sure that women are at the table of discussions like city councils, the hall, walking the halls of Congress and so forth. We represent over 50% of the population, and we should definitely also represent 50% of the seats in the various elected bodies. And so with that, I just wanted to celebrate the women in our community and proclaim Women's Equality Day here in the city of Fresno as we celebrate 100 years of the 19th Amendment. And so with that, City Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Sure. Whereas Fresno is commemorating the centennial of the 19th Amendment, which guaranteed that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. And whereas the text that would become the 19th Amendment in 1920 was first proposed in Congress in 1878. And whereas California passed equal suffrages for women 9 years earlier in 1911, due to the hard work of women organizers throughout the state that included Black, Asian, and Latina women, leaders like Lydia Flood Jackson, Clara Chan Lee, and Maria D. Lopez, who with Mary Sperry founded the California Equal Suffrage Association, convinced the electoral men that it was in the best interest to give women the vote. And whereas with ratification of the 19th Amendment in 1920, federal vote rights could no longer be denied because of race or sex, many voters across the country continue to face barriers, including registration rules, literacy tests, poll taxes, and moral and residency requirements. And whereas in 2018 midterm elections were 81.3 million registered voters in the United States were women, comprising 53% of the electorate and 55% of voting compared to 51.8% of male voters. And whereas the women's suffrage movement forever changed America, expanding representative democracy and inspiring other popular movements for constitutional change and reform. Now therefore be it resolved that the city of Fresno hereby proclaims August 26, 2020 to be Women's Equality Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, City Clerk, and thank you, Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Council President.
We will go to legal counsel. Will you identify the items that will be discussed in closed session?
Yes, in closed session, we have litigation, City of Fresno versus Outfront Media. Also, existing litigation, State of California versus Selco. The city is a plaintiff in that case. And also Perez versus City of Fresno.
All right, thank you. Now I'm going to go to the public to see if anybody wishes to address the council on any closed session item. Is there anybody from the public wishing to address the council on the 3 items listed for closed session? Seeing none, we will adjourn the meeting and go into closed session. City Council, you should have a calendar invite in your inbox that gives you the secure link to closed session. And for the public, we'll be back in open session when we complete our closed session discussions.
I'm on board, President.
Not sure if he's here yet, but I will make sure I include you.
All right. Thank you, I appreciate it.
No problem.
Paul, it's Gavin, and I just got to say, I'm disappointed that we don't get to see your video today. You had me all excited last night that you were going to be on video from now on.
Oh, you know, I don't want to embarrass my colleagues. As you know, it was a pretty striking video with the leadership from District 4.
Well, it was monumental to have you there, so I appreciate it.
Well, you know, you did a great job. I think we achieved our mission, and we had good participation. I was very pleased with everyone and the way it occurred. I'm sure you are too, but you made it possible, so thank you, sir.
Very happy. And Council President is back, so I guess we need to stop our sidebar.
All right.
Thank you, Kevin.
It's more fun.
All right, Council. How are you, Council Vice President? And we can have the council members pop up their videos so we can confirm that they're live. And then City Manager, can you just do a mic check from your side to make sure that we're good also there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
I can't unmute my video for some reason, but at least you can hear us.
All right, we'll have Gavin work that out for you from IT's end.
That's very strange. There we go.
There we go.
I doubt it.
All right, looks like we have our Councilwoman Soria. Do we have you on the line? All right. It looks like we have a full council, so we're officially back into open session. Legal counsel, is there anything to report out from closed session?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. With that, council, we'll proceed with the special meeting notice. Item number 2. This is a resolution adopting a 22nd amendment for the annual appropriations resolution appropriating $500,000 from the CARES Act funds for temporary parklet program. This requires 5 votes. Councilwoman Soria, you sponsored the item. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. So our subcommittee has been working with the administration in ensuring that restaurants who don't have access to private parking to increase their outside dining have the ability to do so. So we've started the first round with the tower. We'll be adding 3, but the money has been exhausted. So we are setting aside an additional $500,000 to be able to help other folks in downtown Tower and other parts of the city that are interested in parklets outside of their restaurants. So with that, I move if there's no questions.
All right, is that it's the form of a motion, Councilwoman?
Yes.
All right, I'll second that motion. Is there any member of the public wishing to address this item? The additional allocation of $500,000 towards funding parklets for small businesses that don't have access to private parking lots. All right, seeing no public input, I will come back to the council. Councilmember Butterfield, you have the floor.
Yeah, couple of questions. What is the application process now? If we award this $500,000, how does that work?
I think Aldi's online. She could probably speak to the process because she's been dealing with the tower folks.
Aldi, your mic's not working, so we can't hear you, but you have the floor once we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect, thank you.
Great question, Councilmember Butterfield. So the application materials are on the city's website under the coronavirus page, and they're in English, Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi. And the application materials provide a step-by-step instructions of how the applicant or an interested party can apply. Essentially, they're going to fill out an application in FASTER, our online submittal, and that will allow the planning department to start with the permitting. And essentially, they're going to use a encroachment agreement and a, for lack of a better word, the permitting in the public right-of-way. And so while that permitting process is taking place, they will have also submitted their grant application, which is a 1-page document. And while the permitting process is taking place, the grant application will be processed and we start that process to pay them. So essentially, as long as the application is complete, the turnaround time is 5 days.
Okay. And in terms of qualifications, is it just any restaurant that doesn't have the ability to be out in a parking lot or something of that sort?
So the requirement is that 2 things, right? That they have a business tax license and that they were open prior to the governor closing. Those are the 2 requirements.
Okay. And then lastly, how do we ensure how that money is spent? I mean, it's a lot of money. It's $500,000. Somebody applies for it. I guess they say this, do they give you an estimate of what it would cost? They believe it would cost them, and then how do we confirm that?
So good question. These second round of grants will be in the amount of $25,000 each. So each local business will receive the same grant amount. The reason being, in order to make it CARES eligible, it needs to be the same across the board rather than us paying for specific things. The part of the grant is just that they suffered revenue loss, right, due to the governor closing. And so this is the city's way and the Fed's way of making up for that and helping them with their outdoor dining.
Okay. I'm gonna support this, but I have a better solution. Let's open up the restaurants and let them be safe like they were before they got shut down by Governor Newsom. So that's really the best solution. Let them make a living the correct way and the safe way, which is what they were doing before they got shut down again.
Thank you, council member. We'll make sure we'll send that memo to the president too. Member Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thanks, Alti. I have a couple of questions, and thanks for the memo on this. It did help me. So Councilman Bredefeld asked how the money can be spent. So you're saying because of the CARES Act, it has to be a flat amount, and that's set at $25,000 right now?
So can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not so much that it needs to be a flat amount. It's more that we can't dictate the specifics of what they spend that money on. So in order to, be fair and consistent and ensure we don't get entwined in things, offering the same amount was a way to do that.
Would it be possible for us, because every infrastructure project is going to be different based on the location. Why wasn't it explored to perhaps let them give us a bid and then have Public Works double check on that and make sure it's appropriate, because they could spend the $25,000 on whatever they want, assuming, let's say the parklet costs $10,000. I don't know, I'm just speculating. They'll have that remainder. That's going to take money away from another business that can use a parklet.
Yeah, great question. So an example of that would be the tower parklets, right? So they submitted their essentially invoice, and it was for more than $25,000. And so we did go through that and vet that and realized, hey, there's some costs that are going to be above and beyond that $25,000, and that's how the tower parklets were funded at $35,000. So I 100% agree that it's kind of a case-by-case scenario, and we're definitely willing to look at those when they come in. But it's not to say that we can't fund them at $25,000.
Okay, and then with the parklets there, I guess, when is the? I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to talk to Councilmember Soria about this beforehand. I support this. I just want to get these questions out. When is the Olive Avenue street reconstruction happening? Because these parklets are going to have to be removed and rebuilt, correct?
Not rebuilt. They're essentially.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're essentially built off-site and then placed in there. And so when they go to pave the street, they'll just need to relocate them and then put them back.
All right. No worries. Then that answers that question. Okay. And then I'm pretty sure this is correct, but this is available to all the districts, correct?
Correct.
So I understand, like, there's an application on the website and you have a list of people that have already applied, but will it be like a lottery system so that every district can have someone that applies and say, okay, this is the date it closes and then we're going to select, or is it by need, or how are we going to do that? And if we can't do that, maybe if the motion maker would be amenable, maybe we can say, okay, we will reserve at least one grant per council district and the rest are more of a first come, first serve. That way we can make sure it spreads around.
I would second that motion, Council Carbasi.
Thank you. But I don't know how the motion makers feel about that.
That's fine. I'm amenable to it.
Are you okay with that as
one
well,
per
Councilmember?
district, and then on a first come, first serve basis, the rest, Aldi.
Okay.
Right. Is that okay?
Yeah.
You
Okay,
better make
thanks
sure
for agreeing
you're
now.
working so that one of your business folks applies. That's,
Absolutely. Yep.
I just want to congratulate the council members. It's going to be a very amazing journey on working with staff in a parklet. It's been 8 to 9 weeks for us.
8 weeks.
It's going to be an interesting journey. Absolutely, it's a reasonable and a fair request.
Okay. That's all I got.
Is that part of the action today? Is that added specifically?
Yes.
This
Yeah.
is Vice President.
I'll add it as long as Mike Carbasi also adds District 1 to his proposal. That seems fair.
I would actually like to do that when we talk.
Okay, so we'll discuss it when.
Yeah.
Let's not violate the Brown Act. Let's get to this one first. Councilmember Chavez?
Just one quick question. So I know it says it's a temporary parklet program for the businesses that do participate. What will happen after we go back to normal and there's no need for the parklet? What happens to the equipment? Is that the responsibility of the business to remove or place out, or is that the city? So just what does that look like?
Right, that's a great question. So the temporary easement agreement that I had mentioned earlier is what they're entering into for these temporary parklets, and that's essentially giving them the opportunity to use public space for that time limit, right? Which is essentially when the CARES money runs out in December, or when when the governor's closure is lifted. After that, the access agreement just says that they need to go through our normal permitting process. And so as long as they're, that's seamless, then they won't need to be taken out per se. And then the equipment is the businesses after they buy it. The city doesn't need to worry about that equipment.
Okay, so the business is responsible for storing and removing and then placing back out when they want to use it, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the hope is, like, for example, in the tower, because we already have an ordinance that allows parklets, that these would be essentially permanent. That's hopefully the goal in this sense. And I think that could happen in other areas where, where it works.
Yeah. And just for the record, the tower ones are going to be movable, because we also have the upcoming streetscape plan where we're improving that whole area. So they have to be moved during the construction period.
Okay.
Any other questions from the council before I go to the public?
Council President, Vice President Capriolio here.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Member Carbasi, excellent points. I'm glad you brought those forward. That was what my concern was, that it is citywide available funds, which you cleared up, and that at least each district will have one for sure business that qualifies for the funding. And I hope that the first come, first serve, it sounds like there's already people in line, and some of us haven't had the opportunity to line our people up. So I hope the Aldi and her team will be fair about the distribution of the funds and make it equitable for the entire city of Fresno. So those are my comments, and I'll support this. And thank you for the opportunity, Council President.
And now I'm going to go to the public. Is there any member of the public wishing to speak to this parklet item? If so, please raise your hand and I will identify you. The first person I see up is Kyle. Kyle, you've been unmuted. You have the floor.
Good morning, Council. Thanks for the opportunity to talk. I strongly support this item and have a personal connection to it as a long-term Tower District resident and advocate for seeing that as a positive contribution to our public space, as well as my father-in-law, Rich Lopez, is a local business person, contractor that is building one of the tower parklets, and his business of doing home remodels has greatly suffered in the COVID pandemic. And so this has been a contribution to him staying on his feet and paying his bills. So really appreciate that from the perspective of our family and local business.
Thank you, Kyle. With that, I see no other speakers, so we're going to go ahead and bring it back to a council for a roll call. Thank you, Ms. Dobbs.
Councilmember Butterfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio?
Yes.
And President Arias?
Yes.
7-0.
Thank you, council. With that, we'll go to the next portion of the agenda, the council reports and comments. I will start off with Council Vice President Capriolio. Do you have any comments and reports for the public?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Council President. I don't know where to begin. This has been an exciting week for District 4. We had a virtual community meeting last night via Zoom, and it was amazing. The point of the meeting was to have a community meeting to discuss what you guys have supported, and I thank you so much, my colleagues, the multi-generational center, community center project at Large Park. So we were able to get feedback and input from many community members via the virtual meeting. And just so you guys know, I actually was on the screen and got a lot of compliments. That was nice. But we had a great meeting. We had lots of involvement, lots of participation. And I wanted to thank, as you all know, it's pretty tough to get all this lined up. And so I wanted to thank those that attended and their great ideas and their participation. But more specifically, I wanted to thank Mayor Grand, Wilma, Jim Shad, Kim Orman, in the Parks Department, TJ, Christina, and Sarah Hamilton, and Darm, Jennifer, and her team, Public Works, Scott and his team. He helped monitor the meeting. Our city attorney, of course. It was a wonderful event. And I wanted to encourage those that may not have seen it or attended it to have their input continue to come to us. We want to hear this. We want to know what you want, what you expect, and what you would like to see at Large Park. And so please call Deborah Bernard at Public Works, 621-1201, 621-1201, or my office with my Chief of Staff, Laura Rios, 621-7844, 621-7844, or email district4@fresno.gov, or my Facebook page, or Twitter at Paul Capriolio. So it was a huge success, and I appreciated everyone's input. We have 4 different diagrams or proposals that we could utilize at Large Park for the Multi-Gen Center. If you guys, my colleagues, haven't seen that yet, please look at it and give me your input too. You're just as much a part of this as I am. So I really wanted to thank everyone for their participation in that wonderful event. Let's see what else. I wanted to talk about the tot lot, but I'll save that. What the item has been pulled, so I'll save it for that comment. I want to thank Laura Rios and my staff in particular for putting this together as well. So Fresno, here we come. Multi-generational community center coming our way. Thank you, Council President.
Member, I'll go to Councilwoman Soria.
Can you skip me for now?
All right, Councilmember Carbasi. Any comments, reports?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Butterfield.
Yes. First, wanted to acknowledge the back law enforcement rally that took place Saturday. They estimate over 500 people. It was obviously very well attended, and a lot of people expressing support for law enforcement. As we look at ways to do things better, which I certainly support, we can always do that with every profession, but clearly police have a very significant responsibility. And we always want to look at ways to do things better, but at the same time, we want to let our law enforcement know that we respect them, we admire them, we appreciate them, and that they do a tremendous amount of sacrificing for us in order to keep us safe. And not only do they, but their families do as well. They have a tough job. It's not a job I would ever want to do because it's a dangerous job, and they do it every day. They do it professionally, and we are grateful as a community, and that was expressed on Saturday. Second thing I wanted to address, we recently, it was in the news that there was a hair salon company that tried to stay open in spite of the orders from Gavin Newsom. And then the city came and fined them with $1,000 and threatened them with $5,000 and $10,000. Again, the heavy hand of our local government, which I don't support, shutting down another business, a woman who is trying to put food on her table. And they can't, for many of them, obviously in 100-degree temperature, 105-degree temperature, operate their business on the sidewalk. And I disagree with it. I would encourage us to push back on Governor Newsom and support our businesses and help our businesses instead of pounding on them, which is what we've been doing since March. Lastly, in a similar vein, the news has been about Emmanuel Schools, a private school that has said they want their children and feel their children need to be attending school. Obviously, parents have had that choice of whether they can return to school. They've done it, and a judge just recently ruled that they can continue to do that. There'll be, I guess, a hearing mid-September to see whether this continues. But I support parents having the choice to have their kids going back to school. And I think kids need to be in school. And there are many kids who are suffering as a result of the extended school closures. I would hope that we would do what is right for our children and allow parents the choice of putting their kids back in school, public school, private school, every school, safely. And as I've pointed out before, the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, which is 67,000 pediatricians, have outlined very clearly how the schools can be safe and that kids need to be in school. And when they're not in school, they struggle, and they're struggling. And kids with special needs, kids who need rely on schools for nutrition, child abuse and sexual abuse that goes unreported because the kids are not in school, and that's where it's typically detected. And kids who have impoverished backgrounds are falling further behind because they don't have the same resources. And all of these things are not being dealt with. And so I applaud Emmanuel Schools, I applaud the judge, and I hope this leads to more schools being open. And lastly, I'm in the council chambers once again. I'm surrounded by plexiglass shields at every council district, at the podium, and the Fresno County Board of Supervisors is meeting in their chambers, as are many other chambers, and yet we are not. We started to, and then we stopped. So we've spent tons of money for this chamber to be open. Again, the public is not being able to interface directly with us. That's what this building is for. This is their building. And I encourage us to come back into the council chamber and hold meetings. If you do not want to be here, you can be on the phone or certainly in some other way. But we ought to be here holding meetings so the public can interact with us, because we're making very important decisions and have been for 5 months that have had a direct impact on their lives. And so I think we ought to be able to open up the building at this point, and appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield. I'll go to Councilmember Chavez.
Yeah, Councilmember Bredefeld, if you can see, I'm actually outside City Hall right now in the heat. So just wanted to, I just want to thank, really briefly, thank the Center and Educational Leadership Foundation for the food, coordinating those throughout Southeast Fresno. And as you all know, the need is great. And there's never enough, but they've been very, very helpful to the residents there in the neighborhoods. And then also, I just want to let staff know I'm going to be putting an agenda item for the next meeting as an emergency item to fast track all required permits for a health clinic that has been in the queue for Southeast for over 18 months now on Kings Canyon and Minnewawa. Permits have been submitted by them, and it's been just a task for them to try to get those issued. Given that we're in the middle of a pandemic, with numbers going up, I think it's very urgent and necessary that we fast track these projects. And so I just want to give staff a heads up on that. If they want some more information, they can contact me, but it's just been really, really difficult for United Health Centers to get those permits issued. They've submitted everything, verified it, and it has not been done, and that's just not acceptable. So I just wanted to give staff a heads up on that. Back to you, President.
Thank you, council member. And I appreciate your speaking on the United Health Centers. We've seen a lot of their clinics popping up, and it's been a huge task and investment on their behalf. Councilwoman Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of announcements. So one, I mentioned previously that we are working on in the design phase of the new Fresno Park on Milburn and Dakota. This is a property that the city has owned for 30 years and promised a community west of the 99 park space. So we are working very closely with our Parks Department. I want to thank staff and the design team for working with us. Flyers of the survey for the design have been essentially distributed in the Steinbeck Elementary School. And we have been sharing an online survey as well that has, I think we've received over 400 different individual input, which is amazing. The park staff will be at Steinbeck Elementary this Saturday with our office, August 29th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. To pick up completed surveys. So folks can stop by and drop them off. But I want to thank folks for getting creative in doing the community outreach. And even though, I know Councilmember Bredefeld expressed his frustration with City Hall being closed at the moment, given the pandemic. But I will say that I'm proud of what has happened as a result of the pandemic. We have seen an increased amount of community participation. If you just look at the number of attendees every other week that we meet, is always above 45. I don't think that on any given Thursday, we could have seen 45 people at City Hall paying attention to what we are doing on a regular basis. So I'm proud that more folks are engaged, given the fact that we have provided an online platform where people can watch remotely and track and still participate by giving their input and comments. So I will say that I'm proud of what the city has done to be creative in making sure that during this pandemic, we give additional access. And, I want to say that I'm proud of the city of Fresno for the steps that it's taken during this pandemic. I know that we've all had to, our community has had to make extreme sacrifices. I think that it's important that we don't disregard the CDC conclusions or Department of Public Health, what Children's Hospital has said. I know that Councilmember Bredfield mentioned, what the Emmanuel School is doing, but I think that what our local schools here, our districts, Fresno Unified, Central Unified, what they've done, I think that it's important to recognize that, yes, it may not be the best situation for everyone, but I think that at the current moment, as numbers continue to go up, we have to be smart, we have to be thoughtful, and we have to care. And if we really care about impoverished communities, we would be talking about the systematic inequalities that have existed and that our council continues to perpetuate when we don't invest in poor communities, when we're not advocating so that everyone has health care, when we're not making sure that poor people that live in these zip codes that are disproportionately impacted by the pandemic don't have access to free health care. I'm proud that the city of Fresno is moving in a direction where we've invested and are now working with, like Dr. Bautista, ensuring that these healthcare clinics are in those neighborhoods. But that work needed to be done before so that we didn't have these chronic illnesses that are disproportionately impacting our community. And then the way that we make decisions in the type of development that we're doing, in the type of investments and economic development that we're attracting to our community also has an impact into health. So when we're talking about trying to take care of poor communities, let's think about it as a whole, not just about when it's impacting people's direct pocketbooks. We need to talk about a community that is really going to be healthy and is going to be prepared for the next pandemic so that we don't see the suffering that is happening across the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman, for those comments. I'm going to just try and finish up these comments by doing a couple of things. One, recognizing the work that United Health Centers has been doing. This past week, we tested 600 people in Roding Park. Next Saturday, we have hopefully another 600 folks that will test at SK Park on Clayton and Brawley. And to the point that was made by Councilmember Bredfield and others, I recognize the frustrations of parents, as I am a parent with 2 kids doing online learning. But I also recognize the fact that some people have intentionally violated all the guidance that the public health officers have given and the city rules. And an example of that, as you can see behind me, here is Emmanuel School in our city, hosting a rally with hundreds of people and completely ignoring the basic guidance to wear a mask, which is an intentional and selfish act. So I would ask our friend, Andy Souza, to advise his students and his parents that if they're gonna enter our city to have their day in court, great, that's their right. But they shouldn't intentionally and selfishly put people at risk by not following the basic guidance of wearing a mask. We just saw a rally last week with hundreds of people supporting our local law enforcement, and they followed the basic rule of wearing a mask. If we can't do something as simple and selfless as wearing a mask, we're not going to get to the point where my kids and everybody else's kids can go back to school safely. All we're doing is intentionally exposing and putting people at risk for a selfish act and for a political point. So, you know, public education and private education is supposed to be about leading and giving students an example. And what example does that set when hundreds of parents and kids show up during a pandemic without masks? As if Emmanuel is an insulated system, as if Emmanuel students and parents don't interact with the public, as if Emmanuel doesn't expose themselves to essential workers. And as our families are the ones being infected and dying, I don't appreciate people intentionally coming into a city and violating those rules, especially when every other rally that we've had in this city, proudly, from Black Lives Matters to Support Blue to reopen up the city, people are being thoughtful and cautious. So I would ask Andy Souza and the parents and students of Emmanuel to set the example and to not be selfish and instead to be selfless and at least follow the basic rule for what they propose to be fighting for, of reopening schools. My kids can't go back into the public health director says that our house is no longer on fire. And the more people like Emmanuel intentionally violate basic guidance, the longer my kids and everybody else's will remain home when we should be in front of a teacher. With that, council, I'd like to move on to the next item, which will be the consent. And I do forgive me for the long, speech, but it's very frustrating when folks are intentionally coming to our city and violating the basic public safety order and basic guidance that only put everybody at risk. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. The following items have been pulled from consent by the following members: Member Carbasi, item 1G as in go, Member Bredefield, 1M as in Mike, 1O by Member Bredefield, 1R by Member Carbasi, and 1X by Member Capriolio. Do I have a motion to approve the remainder of the consent items except those identified?
Council President, was item 1T removed?
Let me check.
Yes.
Right.
It was
removed, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the remaining items.
Council President.
One.
Let me go to Council Vice President Capriolio first.
Thank you. I pulled item 1AA.
Okay, so we will add 1AA to the item will not be considered in the approval. Any other council have items from consent to be pulled? Council
Was 1U pull?
No.
No.
Can we pull 1U?
Yeah.
If you'd like to, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Can I confirm that 1S is on the list to be pulled?
No, I said.
Change your mind?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you would do it.
I pulled 1X, Vice President Capriolio.
No, this was 1S as in Sam.
Pardon me.
And we had 1X. I don't think that was mentioned.
So let me just reconfirm. The items
thank you.
being pulled from consent are 1G from Member Carbasi, one M as in Mike, and one O from member Bredefield, one R from member Carbasi, one U from member Soria, one X, and one A from member Capriolio.
Yes.
And one G.
Perfect.
And one G. My apologies.
And I think then Councilmember Chavez asked about 1T.
Yeah, 1T was removed from the agenda.
Oh, okay.
All right. With that, do I have a consent to approve the consent calendar as mentioned?
Public.
All right. Let me go to the public first. Is there a member from the public wishing to speak on the consent calendar? I see one individual. Kyle, you have the floor to address the council.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to speak on item 1V. It's a resolution to declare the Broadway and Elizabeth property as surplus. I've been working on this project since 2007 when city staff put this property forward to be rezoned during the general plan cleanup process. At that time, council supported removing it from that list and giving our community a chance to discuss options, which began a community grassroots process to consider the property for a park. After the failure of Measure P, city staff again put the property forward for rezone on the general plan cleanup process. Again, we called council. At that time, it was Miguel Aris had joined the council, and Soria also supported in getting council support for us to continue exploring a park at this location. Further in 2019, July of 2019, City Council passed a resolution supporting an MOU with Lowell CDC, and we formed the Broadway Park Committee to pursue state park funding through Prop 68 to fund the park. Unfortunately, we were unsuccessful in that round 3. The state has announced a second, last round 4 of Prop 68 funding, and we're prepared to reapply. Our application is substantially complete at 78%, and we have an existing MOU on the property to development agreement that predates the enactment of the Surplus Land Act, as well. The Surplus Land Act from the state level and the city level designates that if the city has a determined use for the park, for the property, that it does not need to be declared surplus. And since there is resolutions, MOU, and CEQA clearance for a park project at that property, we believe that the city council cannot proceed with surplus designation for the property without first removing that MOU obligation with the Lowell CDC that can only be removed for cause and requires a 30-day notice. So I asked the council to remove the designation of this surplus property from this agenda and continue to work with our community to do this. We've done further community outreach. I put out a community survey last night. In the last 12 hours, I've gotten 52 responses. 98% of those support park at the project.
Kyle, can you conclude your comment, please?
That concludes it. This is the neighborhood I grew up in and strongly support us having more amenities here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members from the public wishing to address the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to council. Council, there's a motion. Second, can we do roll call, please?
Councilmember Bredefield,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes. Thank you, council. We will go ahead and proceed with the items that were pulled from consent. We'll start in order. 1G, member Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a question for staff. I'm going to make a motion to approve, but then I have questions for staff. Okay, thank you, Councilmember Soria. So,
available, is he, can we add him to the panel, please?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Probably to add
okay.
to answer Councilmember Carbasi's question.
Go ahead, he's been added.
Okay, so Councilmember Soria and I have been talking about this, and this has come up before by this council, so it shouldn't be a surprise. But the idea, the talk about, especially with COVID, trying to make sure we can capture as much of our tax dollars, as much of our dollars locally, and with local hire. So I wanted to ask you about the project and about local hires and what we're doing to ensure we can keep money within our local economy and have it multiply rather than going to workers from other parts of the state. Councilmember Soria, you want to add anything about that?
No, I'd like to hear from the staff on that, and then I'll have a follow-up.
All right, good morning, Council President, council members. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. And in regards to local hires, we do implement the local preference ordinance in all situations where possible. However, wherever there are federal funds or state grant funds involved, then those funding sources do preclude or prohibit local agencies from implementing any type of local hire. This particular project, Veterans Shaw to Barstow, involves state-local partnership funds that the city and Fresno County Transportation Authority was thankfully able to capture for the project. However, the local the contractor, their office is in Madera. They do employ a significant number within the local area and with subcontractors as well.
Well, this is a major project, I think, for several of our districts, and it's really going to help, I believe, the West area and bring them into the rest of the city. It's a huge project, and you guys have actually done a very good job of finally getting that football into the end zone. I thank you, Scott, for doing that. We just want to make sure with every big infrastructure project, we can capture our dollars locally. Is there anything that we can do moving forward if the city had some kind of agreement where we can ensure that we, even with the federal mandates, that we can have a local preference that you're aware of?
Council, that would be a conversation with federal and state agencies. Currently, that is not what the state legislature allows or Congress. When the dollars come up, they do require that we ensure level, open playing field, open to anyone who meets the requirements: bonding, proper contractor's license, responsible and responsive bidder. But that would be a conversation and would require legislation at the state or federal level to allow a local preference ordinance.
So my last question is, even if we have a local company that can meet all those criteria in terms of bonding, having the skilled workforce, it doesn't matter. We can't give them a special advantage. We can't give them special consideration because they're local.
That is correct, if we have the federal or state grant funding involved.
Just to follow up, because we did this, I think we've done it successfully with the airports, and I think that the airports is a perfect example of how we can prioritize our dollars for that reason, as Mike said, and as we're faced with the pandemic and a higher unemployment rate is here present in our community, we want to make sure that we capture that and that those folks from our community get the ability to get the jobs first. So are you saying that we couldn't do anything similar to what we did with the airports project? Because the airports project also was a combination of dollars. So I think that there is a way. I think we just have to figure out what way there is. And then just, and I know Doug will chime in, I know that we do have that local hire ordinance that we passed. Is that applicable to this project, given that it's more than $200,000? And if so, it'd be great at some point if the city staff can give us an update as to, on those projects that are over 200,000, how we are enforcing or making sure the accountability is there on the contractor side, that they are hiring local or doing the targeted hiring from certain zip codes and meeting that target that we set back in, I think, a couple of years ago.
Council, with the airport projects, we have a project labor agreement, and that helps there. But when we have state and federal funding, we can't do a straight up local preference or a straight up local hire. There may be some features where they can encourage it and that sort of thing, but a project labor agreement is probably the closest we can get.
Council, if I may add, the staff report does note that that the low bidder recommended for award, they are defined as a local business in accordance with the municipal code. They are within the radius of City Hall, and they do comply with the local preference ordinance.
Okay, and so that's great to at least, know that they're that close. The other part that I'm interested in, and I don't know if it's too late, is the option of looking at a project labor agreement, because that's how you would guarantee that folks are trained. There's a pipeline, kind of what we're doing with the airports project. Is that already infeasible at this point?
Council, this is time sensitive based upon the timeliness from California Transportation Commission deadline to award the contract. But certainly we can have that discussion and pursue that for upcoming phases.
I think that would be important. I don't know, what do you think, Mike? But I think that we should definitely continue this conversation, not for today, but for the future as
Yeah,
Scott
I think moving forward, I want to approve the item today because it is time sensitive. I don't want to hold it up, but at the same time, I think we should have this conversation. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council before I go to the public? Seeing none, is there anybody in the public wishing to speak to item 1G? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. Next item is 1M as a Mike. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Yes, is Greg available?
Yes, he's on and we will add him as a panelist now.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, the question I had was why the prior provider, Guile, was not awarded the contract. It's not specifically outlined. Guile Enterprises, they were the lowest bidder at 172,000, almost 50,000, more than 50,000 less than the one that was awarded, and they had the contract prior.
So Guile has been on a month-to-month since February of 2018, when the rest of the Municipal Services Center left them as the provider. And since that time, we have put together a federal procurement, gone out to bid, and saw the best value. I can literally tell you, just in the last couple of months, these are all of our complaints about Guile, which are still not resolved.
Okay.
You can't walk into the building on a Monday morning and have no toilet paper, no seat covers, and it continued on and on and on. So we've spent $203,000 since this month-to-month contract with Guile.
Got it. Okay, that wasn't clear to me, so I understand that now, Greg. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve, please.
Second.
All right, motion made by member Bredefeld, second by member Soria. Anybody from the public wishing to address this item before we bring it back to the council?
Can I make a comment?
Give me 1 second, Councilwoman. I see no member of the public. We'll bring it back to council. Member Soria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Director Barfield, for bringing that information to our attention. I have a question now and follow-up, because if we still have Guile for our other facilities, is that occurring in terms of the complaints? And if it is, then we need to look at fixing that or going back out to bid to make sure that we are receiving the best quality service when it comes to, the service that they provide.
I believe we were the last of the city departments still using them.
So do we have any other?
Not that I know of.
City manager?
I'm checking right now, but I believe Director Barfield is correct. We were going out to bid on all of our other janitorial agreements, and I do not believe we have them anymore. And that was one of the reasons why they weren't selected if they did bid for one of the other proposals that we had out.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Council. I just like to point out that in my view, this is the first time that we've used the best value to hire a local minority-owned company. I think it's been long coming, and we should be looking to do more of this going forward, because we're not going to be able to change our economic conditions if we simply just continue to outsource based on the lowest and cheapest price, and not intentional about the quality of service, the local ownership, and especially the minority ownership that our community that desperately needs and is calling for. So thank you for that proposal, and now roll call.
Ready for roll call?
Yes, please.
Okay. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Aye.
Council Vice President Capriolio.
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. Next item is 1O. Councilmember Bredefeld, you have the floor.
Yeah, on this one, Greg, I was just wondering, this is to do kind of an assessment, I guess, for the people in this.
The Three Palms Mobile Home Park.
Yes, Three Palms
Yes.
Mobile Home Park. Is there any reason why we need to spend the $48,000 as opposed to just assess how we can best do this? I mean, that's what I was looking at. Is it really necessary to spend almost $50,000 to determine how we can best meet their transportation needs?
Well, actually, this is an outgrowth of our Title VI outreach that we did early in the year when we were talking about route changes. This particular mobile home park has high-speed rail on one side, Golden State on the other, and the railroad tracks, of course. And as they have become more fenced off, it has made access to the Vallarta and to Jane Addams, where many of these folks have their children go to school, or even Fresno High when they become older, access to those areas. And so they had talked to us during that outreach process. This grant has come around, and we decided, hey, let's go back to that community and have that kind of conversation. So a lot of the material is really about the consultants that we put together, Inspiration Transportation. It's about the community stipends. It's about translation services and the need to do that translation work. And we want the residents to tell us what works for them. And we believe it may be a combination of things. And then in kind, our staff will participate. So it may not be, it's not going to be a bus when it's all said and done. It will be something else.
Okay, I appreciate that, Greg. Thank you. And unless the council member representing the area wants to make the motion.
No, Councilmember, I'll defer to you.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve, please.
I'll second that. All right, anybody from the member wishing to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I do want to say thank you to Leadership Council for their participation and their help in applying for this grant and their work in that mobile home park and closing that transportation gap. So with that, roll call, City Clerk.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio.
Yes.
President Arias.
Yes. Next item is Member Carbasi, 1R. You have the floor.
Greg. Wanted to thank Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have the airport's director available? Yes, he's there.
Kevin.
Yeah, I see him muted.
Kevin, are you?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep, we can hear you, Kevin.
Great.
So thank you. So the reason why I pulled this item is to have more of a larger conversation about staffing. So I've had several residents in District 2 who use Chandler Airport reach out to me. They're a bit concerned because they're having to use the tower bathroom of the terminal bathroom. But my understanding is it's more because of COVID, it's also a staffing problem. We're having to keep the bathroom clean and staffed, correct?
Well, it's actually a bigger picture than that. It goes back to staffing levels at the main airport, Fresno International, in terms of providing mandated FAA coverage. And we're short, we're down, we've got a lot of vacant positions. And so what we've had to do is we have 2 full-time staff at Chandler that work offset shifts. So we kind of have that 7-day coverage out there. And so we had to pull one person out of Chandler over to the main airport to help with coverage, although not quite there at the main airport. So we're down one. And so the focus of the one is really aviation safety related on the Chandler airfield. So it did take away from our ability to monitor and keep clean the main restroom facilities in the terminal building. We have since reopened the terminal building during that one shift time. So now it's the real issue was visiting pilots who are not used to wait a minute, the tower's been closed for 40 years. What's with that? So, and they're not familiar with the environment. So we do now have it open 5 days a week, somewhat limited. So transiting pilots can at least have access to the terminal building to use those facilities. And we are keeping them clean. So we still have the tower restrooms available for those who want to use it, who are on the airfield on a regular basis, local pilots, et cetera.
And I really do appreciate that follow through and response. But the other question is, and now the airports are an enterprise fund, which is not like a general fund department. It is a bit different. So just to get your opinion, I understand we have to economize, especially in a recession. But if there's enough money in your budget and you have FAA regulations, why would there be necessarily a hiring freeze in your department if the money is there to pay for it?
Well, and that's probably a larger conversation with the city manager's office. But let me just say this. At the airport, yes, we're enterprise fund. No, we do not have any impact on the city's general fund. That said, though, internally, we've got a number of positions, let's say are vacant, that are directly tied to aviation safety and public safety. And then we have other positions vacant that are not tied to those things. We internally, even before the hiring freeze, self-imposed a hold on filling vacant positions that we knew were not aviation safety related. And we intend to keep those vacant at least for a while, at least till our activity level gets up to somewhere around 70 to 80%, and we're not quite there yet. But on the other positions, yeah, I mean, if I had my choice, I would proceed with getting those filled just because of the safety impact to the aviation, the airspace system.
Okay, thanks. And I want to thank the city manager because, you know, Jeff Cardell did call me last night. We had a good conversation about that. I do appreciate him taking the time to do that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you taking the time with both Kevin and Jeff yesterday. So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Kevin, I do have some questions. Why do you hire custodians when no other department hires custodians? They all outsource out janitorial services.
Well, you know, we have done some studies, and we do realize that if we were to outsource the custodial function, we would save some money. We think $300,000 to $400,000 a year. But that said, the airport is a little different operation. It's a 24/7 operation with a lot of different type of cleaning activities, deep cleaning, light cleaning. It's a nonstop effort every day of the year. And when we have our own internal staff, there is arguably a higher sense of ownership and quality and control that we've got with our own staff. So, and that's we've never gone down the road of outsourcing, and part of the reason is it's been successful. And just the nature of the operation.
Understood. You know, from my experience, the city is basically the only place that outsources janitorial services, and you know, every other operation hires custodians and janitors, and so that intrigued my attention. I do have a concern that you're proposing to make some of these custodial positions permanent when they seem to be working out just perfectly for you temporarily. And I recognize you're an enterprise fund, but there is indirect general fund impacts. And I want to make sure that the council gets a full picture of the budget, which we're supposed to in September, before we start funding permanent positions that we may or may not have to lay off a couple months later. So I would be comfortable in supporting the item if it excludes making those custodial positions permanent. I recognize the other safety positions should be, because it's related to safety, but I'm hopeful that you can keep your custodial staff temporarily, at least until we get the September budget update from the administration on where we stand with the $35 million deficit.
Council President.
Yes, Council Vice President, you have the floor.
Thank you. Kevin, I just want to, as I always do, You run that operation so efficiently. It's incredible. And our expansion, if you want to talk about that for a couple of minutes, that would be appropriate. The parking and the terminal. Go ahead, just give us a little update, a little slight update there.
Well, I mean, to tie it to this particular item, I mean, all of our staff is absolutely involved with this Fat Forward expansion project. And as many of you know, we will have our groundbreaking next Tuesday on that parking garage. And I'm going to say this ahead of time, and you'll hear it on Tuesday, but I'm going to say it now. You know, a lot of work by a lot of people, not only this council and the support we've seen from the council, Wilma, the mayor's administration, but a lot of people have been working now 2 years. And I consider this a warm-up, and Tuesday's groundbreaking will be the starting line of a multi-year project. So it's pretty exciting, and you know what it means from an economic and jobs, especially at these times, is just huge.
So Kevin, you know, from my perspective, 7.5 years of working with you, very, very often, and seeing all this expansion of the airport itself, and the fun things like the honor flights that we really honor those that have provided this freedom for us that we're exhibiting today. So my point is, you're doing a great job. We keep working together. Like I said, 7.5 years, actually 8.5 when I was here in 08, 09. And you've always done the right thing, the proper thing. You've always come in on time, on budget, high quality. The point of me saying that is I appreciate my colleagues and their concerns, but you ran that show so efficiently. I hope we will not get in your way. We will let you continue to operate as you see fit on Chandler, as well as Fresno Yosemite International Airport, international, I stress, and let you continue operating it the way you see as the most efficient, productive way for the community. So if there's a motion, I'll second it. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council members at this time?
President, I just want to express my similar concerns in terms of the long-term cost, or like, I understand that it's an enterprise department, and so I'm very respectful of that, but I do want to make sure that we're taking into account any of the indirect general fund issues. We know that, or general fund costs, excuse me. I know that we were told a few months ago that we would be experiencing a $30 million deficit, or $30 million plus dollar deficit in this fiscal year. And we are likely to see that follow us for the next year. And so I am concerned not only for this contract, or, you know, I think some of the other actions as well, as we're making those decisions, that we do think about it carefully in terms of what are the impacts to the general fund. Thank you.
Council President.
You have the floor.
You know, this is my district, and again, I work so closely with Kevin. So as I understand it, this item was discussed regarding janitorial services. Am I correct?
I don't know what your question is, council member. I don't understand your
I
question.
think he means we're getting off topic a little bit.
I'm saying we're making mountains out of molehills. I appreciate everyone's concern, including mine, on general fund and stretching dollars especially. But on this item, on an enterprise fund, I think we're off topic and going the wrong direction. So I'd like to get us back on topic and try to get through the calendar today. Thank you.
I agree. And I appreciate that the airport's in your district, but I think it's everybody's airport. We all use it and we all value it. So with that, is there a motion to the item as submitted, or would you like to make a motion to not have the custodial positions be permanent at this time?
Are you making a motion, Council President? Because there's not a motion on the table.
I'll make a motion.
Making a motion.
What's the motion, Cap?
Well, Member Carbasi pulled this. I think he is satisfied, and I would defer to him to make the actual motion since he pulled it, and I will second it since it's in my district.
So then I'll make a motion to approve the item It's seconded by the Council Vice President. Is there an amendment?
I'd like to submit an amendment that we not make the custodial positions permitted until we get a budget presentation from the city staff.
Kevin, talk to me about your timing on that, because we're not going to come to council until the next council meeting to talk about the budget.
So
That's 2-3 weeks.
Do we have a second?
Just asking Kevin, you know, if he can talk to us about if this is timely or if he can wait until then.
So Kevin, is it a problem if you continue to use temporary custodial positions instead of permanent?
Two things. On the one non-custodial, that is a critical position, but on the custodian, today we currently have a combination of full-time city custodians at the airport, as well as a complement of outsourced custodians. We're meeting our needs today. In that scenario.
Thank you. On the custodian, and my amendment is specifically just the custodial position, not the other one.
I might be embarrassed to ask, but Director Michael, what kind of money are we talking about here? Is it millions of dollars or thousands of dollars or what?
No, it's fairly it's fairly minimal. I don't have the exact dollar amount. However, what this really means is if we bring on 6 new permanent custodians, then we shed 6 temporaries. So there is an incremental difference, but it's not a lot of money.
So then do we go back to the main motion, Mr. President, and vote?
Yeah, if there's no agreement on approving the amendment, then the original motion stands. So approving the item as submitted.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Bredefeld.
He's tweeting.
Sorry, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Councilwoman, your audio is on mute.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio.
Yes.
President Arias.
No. All right, the item passes. Let's move on to the next item. Councilmember Soria, you have item 1U.
Yeah, and excuse me on this one, because I actually was trying to pull 1K instead of 1U, but I think we have voted on the consent. I just wanted to bring up, you know, the issue in terms of the long-term contract and an increased cost to the general fund, but I don't think I could bring that up since it was already disposed. Can I? City Attorney?
Yes.
Somebody on the prevailing side could make a motion to reconsider 1K if you wanted to do that.
I just wanted to bring it back for discussion.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to bring it back for discussion.
All right, seconded by Member Karbasi. Let's do a roll call and bring it back 1K.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio.
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes. All right.
Council President.
Yes, Council Vice President.
Pardon me for the interruption. I have a critical medical appointment at 1:30. As you all know, that my injection, now's the day. So can we do one AA and one X just in case we go into overtime and I don't get back from the medical appointment? Is that
That's
possible?
a fair request. We will go to 1X. Councilwoman Soria, excuse me. We're going to Councilmember Caprilio on 1X, then 1AA.
Thank you for that accommodation. I appreciate it. On 1X, this is the tot lot, also known as the children's playground at Toll House Park. This has been in the works for a long, long time, and now we have it. And your support would be greatly appreciated. You've supported it all along, my colleagues, and that's fantastic. But I did want to make some thank yous. It's very, very important. Kaboom Playgrounds have been critical in this. We had them and 12 other people on the phone at one time to conclude this deal. And it was remarkable that we all put our heads together and came up with what you see before you today. So quickly, Mayor Brand, his administration, Wilma, Jim Shad, Tim Orman, Aldi, and Parks, TJ, Christina, Sarah Hamilton. She's becoming a Kaboom expert, by the way. Darm, Jennifer and her team, and especially Dan Zach. He stepped up really well for us. Public Works, Scott, Bill Herr, Deborah Bernard, Robin O'Mealy, Krista Costa, and all the others in the department that helped. At Risk Management, Michael Payne was fantastic. Of course, my Chief of Staff, Laura Rios. So all those that have touched this, thank you. District 4 really appreciates that. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any members from the public wishing to address item 1X? Seeing none, we'll roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Caprielio,
Yes, thank you.
President Arias.
Yes. All right, Councilmember Capriolio. Let me go to Councilmember Carbasi. He has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because the vice president has to leave for a medical appointment, that's urgent. Possible at the most appropriate time, if it's possible for lunch to hear 3A because he's a co-sponsor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Capriolio, you have the floor on 1AA.
Thank you. I'll make it very concise. I would like to make a motion to remove the mixed use district from the text amendment, and that's for the Shaw Avenue corridor. So the point of the story is this. This would prohibit University Inn, University Square, among others, Ramada Inn. They are tremendous problem properties for District 4. We were at University Inn yesterday, 4 police officers, 2 code enforcement people, Detective Kim, myself. We've done this many times. Why? Because in the last few months, we've had over 400 calls for service at the university, plus the church behind it and the businesses next door for what's happening there. What's happening? Well, we've had numerous vehicles that have been stored there for months. We have numerous people that are not residing there, coming and going, claiming to have residence there. We have pop-up tents, if you will. This is in the backside. The front you drive by, and it's right across the Save Mart. Used to have up to 15,000 people come and go. So it's really a huge problem for me. And I don't know any other way to remedy this problem other than to make this motion. And again, it's specific to Shaw Avenue. Of course, it's my district, and I know we traditionally support each other when we have an item that directly affects our individual districts. So that's the basis for my motion and for my concerns. I'm happy to take anyone with me over there, and you can witness the disgusting situation that's there. And we've been in communication through code with the owner. They've been cooperative a little bit. They fenced the area, but they left gaps. So of course that didn't help. The church behind it is ready to pull their hair out because of the issues that come with semi. It's not legal. This would make it legal to accommodate the problems that I'm having along Shaw Avenue.
I'll second the item.
I would. Thank you.
Council member, I'm a little concerned about your motion. It's not small, and the change to the text amendment is not small. It's significant. And secondly, just as a reminder, this text amendment will require any project to come forward with a conditional use permit. So at that time, your district implementation committee, the planning commission, or the council can reject a project under the conditional use permit process. So I'm not comfortable with exempting one corridor out of a city of 500,000 from something like, conversions of motels. I think they have to be considered on their own merits. And this is not going to go into effect until the tenure of the next council member. And I want to be respectful of making sure that the whole city, just the way we discussed earlier, the whole city should benefit from CARES Act. The whole city should also have a role in sheltering the homeless and victims of domestic violence. And I'm not okay with simply exempting one corridor in a text amendment. So I'm not going to be supportive of that amendment. And I wish that the maker of the motion would have addressed this with council beforehand, because this is a significant change. It's not small. You're underwinding a citywide policy for the exclusion of one street, and at the burden of the rest of the city. So it's
Council
not.
President.
Do that.
Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
You have the floor.
My bad.
I'm done. You have the floor.
Well, that's why, as you indicated, for the entire city, and I don't know if others have endured the problems I've had. We have more police time, code time, my staff time at these 2-3 locations in particular than you'd imagine. So that's why I brought it forward. We were there yesterday, and I had reached the end of my rope, and I said, "This is ridiculous. We can't have this." And with that in mind, that's why I made this motion, and that's why I'm making it very specific, very precise to Shaw Avenue, the Shaw Avenue corridor. That is from Blackstone to, I think it's the Winery. Then it goes into Clovis. So
allow me, Council Vice President, legal counsel, with the change that the council member is suggesting, would that require that the whole process restart over again since it's a significant change?
Yeah, it'd have to be reassessed under CEQA and go back through the planning commission process. That's because it's a significant change.
Yeah, Council Vice President, do you I mean, I understand your concerns. I think we all have our different boulevards in our district where we have similar concerns and high levels of calls for service. But I mean, I want to emphasize that, I mean, this is not an imposition on anyone in any district because of the CUP process. Ultimately, you know, we continue to largely respect each other when it comes to planning and development. And so this is a framework, but this is not going to change anything without the council member's permission.
So you're suggesting that if I exercise my apparent CUP power to say no CUP to the specific locations that have produced all these calls for service, that's police, fire as well, et cetera, code, then you're suggesting that I have that ultimate power and ultimate say. Is that what you all are telling me, that I can do that legally?
Yes. And I'll have legal counsel weigh in, but legal counsel, can you confirm that this text amendment includes the CUP process, that if the council was to say no, then the CUP wouldn't be approved?
Yes, it provides for a CUP requirement that could be approved by the planning commission, and either the council member of that district or the mayor can then appeal that to the whole council for consideration.
Mr. President.
So I don't, one last comment, I do not have ultimate power. It still comes back through the gamut that we're going to have to do anyway on this. But okay, thank you. Member Carbassi, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Could we table this item and then discuss it at the next special meeting, which I'm sure we'll have one before the next September meeting?
I would not be comfortable with that.
Council, this is an ordinance. It cannot be adopted at a special meeting.
I see.
And as a reminder,
well, I think you want to discuss it. I think the object is, how do we discuss this without violating the Brown Act? Because we have diverse opinions on this. And I'd love to take you on a tour of the Shaw corridor. You will be you'll be shocked at what goes on Shaw Avenue, which is the main corridor of our community. The busiest intersection in our city, busiest in our entire city, is Blackstone and Shaw. Thank you.
You know, council member, I can appreciate your concerns, and you're talking to the council member who has Motel Drive and Parkway and a few, motels in my district. But the whole point of putting a CUP in there was that it was going to be a safeguard. If a motel on Herndon and Blackstone wants to be converted to a homeless shelter and it's not a right fit for the neighborhood, then the council members should weigh in, and the council has, and I believe they will continue to respect the will of that neighborhood. I mean, but we can't simply exempt one street from a text amendment to deal with, because this doesn't guarantee that they can convert. This gives them the opportunity to do so and to go through the planning process. So it's no guarantee that any motel in your district is going to be converted. If the property owner is not interested, if the neighborhood doesn't want it, and if the council member doesn't support it, or the planning commission, then it doesn't occur.
Mr. President,
yes, sir. Go ahead,
Okay,
member.
I think that, and we have the whole council, we're in an open meeting. Maybe we could put it this way. We can't guarantee anything, but does the council feel comfortable that if the implementation committee and the planning commission, which we don't actually as council members influence, we have to stay away from that. If those committees say no, and the council member approves that no decision, is the council going to overrule, or are we going to respect that? How do we feel about that as a council?
Legal counsel.
I would advise that you can't pre-commit to a legislative or adjudicative decision in the future. You'd have to consider that on its merits at the time.
Right, and we don't know. Let me ask this, city attorney. We don't know what the merits are, but I mean, we kind of have a tradition of respecting each other's districts. That's more of a open. We've said this many times in public, so we can't even talk about that right now. In more general terms.
In very general terms.
In very general terms.
In very general terms, I don't think there's a lot of evidence of the entire council kind of going against the will. Typically, the preference of the council member tends to hold a lot of weight, I think. And that's what I want to emphasize here, is that there's a whole planning process, right? Just like there would be for other projects. And ultimately, Councilmember Capriolio, if he had concerns about a particular site, would have an avenue to express those concerns and potentially prevent a project.
And if I remind the council and Councilmember Capriolio, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or city manager, but as of today, we don't have any pending application from a motel on council members' district to convert. And any application that would be submitted would take several months to go through the process. And it would most likely come next year when there's a new council member in that area. So I think, it feels like we're trying to make a decision as if a project is in front of us when there is no actual project in front of us. This is simply saying that the framework for citywide policy.
Council President, I appreciate your comments. I am the council member, and I will do my job until the last day. So I appreciate the future of this, but you just illustrated to me that this is not time sensitive. So this is something that we could take off the table, bring it back, make that exemption if it's appropriate, which obviously I feel it is. I'm very adamant about this because you have to walk the walk in everything. And the experiences I've had there on several occasions with police officers, code, staff, et cetera, it's pathetic. It's bad. So I want to cut it off before it starts because I don't have time.
I would simply just say that there are several motels in my district that are in the process of being secured and will be converted for homeless shelters. The city of Fresno has applied for several of those facilities through the state and CARES Act funding. And your attempt to exempt your district is going to completely derail our ability as a city to secure those motels in my district and in places where we have as a city agreed to pursue state and local money to fund it. So your proposal is such a substantial change that it would require us to go back and restart the process, delaying the conversion of the motels on Motel Drive, which I'm not willing to accept because we have 1,000 more homeless people now than we did last year. Councilwoman Soria?
Well, I appreciate that, but my point is this: you indicated it's at least 3 months for the process. There are other obstacles that have to be overcome. Therefore, there is no detriment, no substantial detriment to continue this. Hopefully, make that adjustment, which doesn't seem to be very difficult, and come back with it. And again, I'm simply excluding about 7 miles of Shaw Avenue, not the entire city, the facilities along that very narrow corridor. That's extremely important to the people of District 4 and the businesses that surround the potentials. They're not potential, they're reality. They're happening. That's my point. You may go through the process. This is coming down the pipe. This is what you're going to face. This is what you're going to have to deal with. And I see it. I've dealt with it. And now I want to make sure it's secure for the people of District 4, specifically that corridor. So it's a very narrow ask, and it's not impacting the entire community. And you just said on the record, at least 3 months before you can pull this off. So again, it's not time sensitive. I'm not derailing the process. I'm simply protecting a vital corridor in my district. Thank you.
Any other comments, Councilmember Esparza? I see your hand up, and then Councilwoman Soria.
I was first.
So she can.
Am I okay to go?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would completely disagree with, in a respectful way with Councilmember Capriolo. I think that maybe for you, 3 months is not a lot of time, but if you think about where we're at, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We have 1,000 more people that are homeless, and we don't know how many more people will be homeless as a result of the unemployment rate and the impacts, the economic impacts that people are suffering through during this pandemic. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to create some temporary housing and also some long-term affordable housing for these folks that are experiencing these issues. I am not okay with delaying the process for 3 more months. There is a mechanism in terms of a process where District 4 residents can speak up and not accept the type of project in their district. So I do want to make a competing motion to approve the item as is and move on. We don't have time to delay. We need to make sure that as soon as we get dollars that we can get under construction and get people housed and off the streets, off of Santa Clara, off the Shaw Avenue, off the 99 corridor, off the Ashland area in my district, off a tower. And that's what I want to do. So I'll make a competing motion to move as is.
Is there a second for that competing motion?
Second.
All right. There's a motion second. City Attorney, just remind me, we're going to take on the competing motion first.
You have to take up the first motion, the first main motion first, unless the second motion was a motion to amend the first motion, in which case you would take up the second motion first.
All right, so we'll take up the first motion. The first motion is to
let me weigh in here, Council President Arias. I've been waiting, had my hand up. So I share the concerns that my colleagues have, all of them, especially Councilmember Capriolo. I had those same concerns for the corridor. I've got a few, properties that are on this boat, but what gave me the comfort level was the fact that we have the CUP process in place, where you would be able to obviously voice your concern. And, we're all very familiar with the term stay in your lane. And I would always defer to the council member. And if, we do this right now, I think it'll help too with all the homeless that we have across the city, Councilmember Capriolo, because as Council President Nadia said, there's already a few of these properties in the queue. And if we have these facilities that are on Motel Drive that we can actually house folks, and that means that all the folks across the city don't necessarily have to be everywhere. And to your concern, I kind of thinking ahead along those lines, Councilmember Capriolo. Right now, you just described situations that are messy in those facilities where you have code enforcement and police. Right now, we don't really have the tools to do anything about that other than keep, playing whack-a-mole. With this process, there'll be very strict and specific requests and mandates that the city can impose on any property as a condition, obviously using the word conditional use permit, that I think will help along those lines. So I just wanted to, see if that would help Councilmember Capriolo and some of my other colleagues right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chavez. I appreciate it. We'll call for the question.
Roll call.
You're muted, Mr. President.
Well, which is the first motion?
Yeah.
Mr. President, you're muted.
Sorry, let's do a roll call on the following motion to approve the text amendment with a substantial change that excludes the Shaw corridor from any of this text amendment, which would result in this process starting over again.
Well, that wasn't the motion, but if you want to ad lib, that's fine.
Roll call, please.
Motion.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
No.
Councilmember Chavez?
No.
Councilmember Esparza?
Nay.
Councilmember Kurbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
No.
Council Vice President Capriolo?
Of course, yes.
President Arias?
No. Now let's do the competing motion to approve the item as submitted. Is there a motion from Member Soria, second by Member Esparza? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza, Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
No.
Council President Arias.
Yes. All right, the item passes. With that, council, we're gonna break for lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30.
Council President, thank you for your indulgence. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Council President, so the Vice President won't be here then for, I'm sorry, I said 3A, I meant 4B. I apologize. The SAFER program?
Well, it's not determined. We'll try and see if we can wait until he arrives back.
Thank you, guys. You know how
Thank you.
critical this medical appointment is, so it means a lot,
Yep.
obviously. Thank you for accommodating.
Thank you all.
Really appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Are you in there, Gavin?
I can hear you.
Cool.
It looks like we fixed our audio, Brianna.
Yeah, it sounds a lot better. You're louder as well.
Awesome, thank you.
You want to check Jim's too, or just Wilma's?
Yeah, we'll have Vance go around.
Wonderful.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sound good.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Thanks, Brianna.
You're welcome. Hey, Doug. Can't hear you.
Thanks for your help this morning.
Oh, no problem. Hi, Councilmember Soria. I have a quick question for you for staff. I know that you pulled 1U, but you are no longer pulling that item, right? Because you wanted to discuss.
To vote on it because it wasn't part of the original consent. So I think it's just gonna get a vote, but I think Councilmember Arias may have some stuff on it too. So I don't.
Okay, let me let staff know.
Yeah.
Or actually, Aldi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I heard you, and I can let Aaron know.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thanks, Councilmember Soria.
No problem. Thanks for asking.
Hey, so what were you asking, Soria?
Hey, Council. It looks like we have some folks ready to come back online to reconvene our August 27th council meeting. I will, City Manager, can you just test out your audio before we start the meeting?
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Perfect.
Good, thanks.
All right. We're going to wait for a couple of the council members to join us before we proceed. As a reminder to the public, we're still on the consent calendar and we have 1K and 1U next on the consent calendar.
Is this working?
Yeah. Good.
Okay.
Okay, we're all back up. So that's good.
All right, Councilmember Chavez, looks like you're online. I think we'll wait for Councilmember Esparza and Bredefeld for a couple of minutes and see if we can get started. All right, Council, if you don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and commence with the agenda and we'll allow our council colleagues to join us as we proceed. We have enough for a quorum. It is officially, we are back to the open session of the consent calendar at 1:35 p.m. for the August 27th meeting. The next item that was pulled is 1K by Councilwoman Soria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council President and colleagues, for allowing me to bring this item back up. So just wanted to ask staff, just because of some of the concerns I have, that we are going into a 3-year agreement and there's an incremental increase in the contract, kind of similar to the conversation that happened earlier today about the uncertainty with our budget. Is there any way that we may just approve for 1 year contingent upon the fact that our budget is going to be okay? I don't want to be in a situation, after this fall, having to consider cutting positions, and we've entered into an agreement that incrementally does impact the general fund.
Councilwoman Soria, all of our contracts, and Doug, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but all of our contracts have a non-appropriation clause. So if the city doesn't have money, then we're able to terminate the contract.
Okay, so would it be okay if we move to go into this contract, but for a term of 1 year, and then we come back depending on how our budget situation? Could I, City Attorney, could I motion something of that effect?
I have a question for staff before you do that. Jeff, was there a proposal to us based upon a contract that was more than 1 year? So they.
Yes, we actually were seeking 3-year agreements.
So to answer your question, yes, assuming the other side agrees.
Okay, yeah, so I would be okay, and I would move, my motion would be to approve for 1 year. And we monitor obviously with the ability to extend if our budget situation is okay. But I would move to enter into an agreement for 1 year.
Is there a second to that motion?
I want to, before, I want to keep,
Second.
I want to remind you all how important the mental health provider services are for our employees. And if the other party does not agree, to me, it's detrimental to our employees to not have this program in place.
Absolutely. I totally understand your concerns with that. I did talk to one of the representatives, Tom Absher, and he said that they wouldn't have a problem with that. So I don't know if he's on the line and he wants to talk about it. I'm just wanting to be cautious that as we enter into agreements, I get it that we want to enter into maybe long-term agreements. Given the precarious situation that we are in, I would like to make sure that we're mindful that when we're entering into these agreements, that we're taking into account the fact that we're about to face a deficit. So, you know, that's going to be kind of, I know I'm going to start sounding like a broken record, but that's my concern. I'm not saying that.
I would argue that the non-appropriation clause gives you that assurance.
Okay, but my proposal is I'm supportive moving forward with 1 year with ability to continue to extend.
I seconded the motion.
You have a motion. It's been seconded by Member Chavez. Member Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. No, I understand, and I'm fine with that if you want to move forward that way. Just what I want to say though, and I think what Councilmember Soria is trying to do is establish a standard that we need to be very careful moving forward. And I'm pretty fiscally, I'm cheap, so I'm pretty fiscally responsible, so I get it. And I want to do that too. But when it comes to mental health services, if we are going to start potentially having cuts, I think that's probably an important service we're going to have to offer our employees when they're going to need it, because it's just difficult to cope with all that. So I do understand that as well. So ready to move forward.
So, Councilmember Butterfield, just to bring you up to speed, the motion is for 1K to make a motion to approve it for 1 year. And then we'll revisit it when we have a clear picture on the full budget implication.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Let me go back to the public. Anybody in the public wish to address the council on item 1K? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Roll call, please.
Council President, can I add something really quick first?
Of course.
So what do we do in the event the provider says they're not interested in a single year agreement?
And you can come back and report to us, and then if we have to reconsider, then we will, and this body will have to have a policy conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Esparza, just to bring you up to speed, the motion on the floor is to approve the contract for 1 year. And it's been seconded by Member Chavez, and we're ready for roll call.
Yes, sir. I've been listening. My camera was off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Butterfield?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza?
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi?
Aye.
Councilmember Soria?
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriola? He's not, I think he's absent. President Arias?
Yes. The next item, council, is 1U. I do have a question on this, City Manager. I was trying to figure out what the scope of work that they're going to be doing, these contractors. I know it's related to COVID screening, but can you just summarize for us what the scope of work is going to do? What the scope of work is going to be for this contract?
Could you please add Aaron Aguirre to the panel? He's the staff person that's been working on this for us.
Yep. So, Aaron, you're unmiked and you can speak now. Aaron? I think you should be online, Aaron.
Yeah, he is, but he's muted.
I think you have to unmute yourself, Aaron.
There we go.
There you
Good
go.
afternoon, Council. So the scope of work for our vendor Pinnacle Training System, they screen all employees and visitors that come into the MSC. That consists of temperature screening, the questionnaire sent forth by Public County Health, and that's 7 days a week from 4:30 a.m. till 7 p.m. at night. And so that captures all of our folks coming in.
Aaron, can you, for the benefit of the public, remind us what is the MSEC facility?
The Municipal Service Center on E and El Dorado Street. That's where all of our city buses, public works, landscape, street maintenance, transportation, all employees report. field employees.
And in terms of screening at City Hall, is it my understanding that the house screening at City Halls is being done by our security staff?
That is correct, with a thermal imaging temperature gauge there at the doors.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from the council on this item before I go to the public? Seeing none, let me go to the public. Any member of the public wishing to address the council on this item? Give me a second, Soria. Seeing none, I'll come back to the council. Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor.
Just, Aaron, to clarify, so is this just for the COVID period? Or how is this agreement structured?
The agreement runs through the end of this year, coincide with the COVID dollars. So December 30th, this contract would extend to. But in the meantime, while we're doing that, we will be issuing an RFP to extend these services potentially, if need be, beyond December 30th.
And so Pinnacle right now already provides us with a service?
That's correct.
So this is above and beyond what they do?
This is the same scope of work. It's extending. Initially, when we started this, we started with just a few staff members screening folks, and the demand on the gates as you come in at 5:30, 6 a.m. in the morning required us to increase the amount of raters they have, just to make sure everyone's getting to work on time and so forth. So the scope of work is consistent with their initial agreement.
Okay. Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Was there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay.
My apologies, council. I was making sure my child was on his computer, which he wasn't. Apparently his break was a little longer than he thought it would be.
Motion and a second on the table.
Open the schools.
Yeah. There's been motion, it's been second. Let's do a roll call, please, without the interruptions of kids skipping homework.
Okay, Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes. And thank you, City Manager and Mr. Geary for facilitating our questions.
Thank you.
That council, we'll go to 10:05 item, the joint meeting between the Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority. Actions pertain to the authority lease revenue refunding bonds. City staff, you have the floor on this item.
Good afternoon, Council. Mike Lima, Finance Director, Controller. Before you today is a resolution authorizing the removal of the promenade lot from the list of city assets that are used as collateral for the city's bonds. The promenade lot has served, along with 3 other assets, as the collateral for the 2004 bonds. As part of a periodic analysis of the city's collateralized assets, it was determined that there was sufficient value in the other 3 assets backing the 2004 bonds that the promenade lot was no longer needed to serve as collateral. Removal of this removal from the collateralized asset list does not mean that the promenade lot is debt-free. In fact, the promenade lot still has about 2.3 million, of debt that is scheduled to be paid off on October 1st, 2024. However, what the proposed action does is remove the requirement to seek the bond insurer's permission in the event the city wishes to take financial actions with the promenade lot, such as using the lot as collateral for a future bond. Our bond insurer has agreed to this removal already. Staff recommends that the council and the JPFA board approve the resolution removing the promenade lot from the list of assets that serve as collateral for the city's bonds. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Council, do I have a motion to approve the item?
I'll make a motion.
I have a motion.
A motion by Member Bredefeld, second by Member Soria. Let me go out to public before we bring it back. Anybody from the public wishing to address this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council. Council, do you have any questions?
No, just thank you to Mike for meeting with me and giving me a thorough explanation earlier this week. Thanks.
You're welcome.
All right. With that, City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Kurbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria, President Arias.
Yes.
Yes.
Council, the JPA should take a separate vote too, which is mayor, council president, and Councilmember Soria.
Where's the mayor?
Mayor's absent.
You
So
can
let's go
proceed.
ahead and make a motion, Member Soria, and I'll second it.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it. Roll call for us.
Council President Arias and Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Passes 2-0.
All right. Thank you, council and legal for reminding us.
Yeah.
The next item is the item, the 1010 annexation application P19-06059. I will.
Council President, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Councilmember Nelson makes a motion to approve this item. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
Second by Member Carbasi. Let me go to the public. Anybody in the public wish to address the annexation application P19-06059? If so, identify yourself. Then we have one. Mr. Nick Gavino, you are being unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the council on this item.
Muted.
Nick, you must unmute yourself to speak. There
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, President Arias, members of the council, I'm here representing the applicant today, the TEF group. Their principals are here with us along with our environmental consultants. And they'll be able to address the council if you have any questions. Basically, this the applicant supports the staff recommendation on the analysis, findings, and the recommendations in the staff report. This is a privately financed project for market rate housing, utilizing federal opportunity zone incentives. It does not have any subsidies, federal, state, or local subsidies involved with it. And it would represent about a $20 million investment at this location, including about $2 million in government processing and mitigation fees. Bottom line, the project has been designed to be an infill project and fit within the neighborhood. It is consistent with your general plan, goals, and policies related to infill and complete neighborhoods. This site is a block away from an elementary school, a middle school with capacity, a 10-minute walk to a high school, 10-minute walk to a full range of shopping, retail and service uses, including a Walmart and a Winco. Has a bus stop directly in front of the front entrance. And included as part of this is an annexation, and it's a fully consented annexation, meaning that the owners of the vacant properties to the north and to the south want to be included inside the application. So we're recommending today that you adopt the staff recommendation for all the entitlements in the environmental finding. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple other speakers. Next person is Jose Leon Barraza. You have been unmuted. Go ahead and address the council on this item.
Can you hear me, President Arias?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. President Arias, members of the council, for the record, I have provided to you an MOU between our organization, the Southeast Fresno Community Economic Development Association, and the developer of this project, the TEF Group. And this is intended for us to work together for the training and hiring of local residents in the construction of this project. We support this project because this project will promote job creation, economic prosperity, and will address the housing needs of Fresno residents. And we're also very happy to know that these projects bring a lot of revenue to the city in the form of development fees. And I found out that they paid $390,000 for parks, for example. So this is very important. I wish to thank council members Luis Chavez and Nelson Esparza for their encouragement and support of this very important project. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Our planning department has been added as a panelist. In case you have questions from the planning department, I will bring it back to the council with the conclusion of public comment on this item. Council, is there any comments from the council on this item?
Yeah, just wanted to thank Nick. It was a pleasure working with him as this project kind of went through the process. There's not, if you take a look at the council agendas, you'll see there's not a lot of projects, housing, especially that make it to the actual agenda, right? And so the fact that this project passed the District 7 sniff test, right? And after we took a thorough look at all angles, it's a solid multifamily housing project, infill project down in Southeast Fresno. As you know, our city, just like the rest of California, is experiencing a housing crisis. This project will be very beneficial to the neighborhood and our community at large. And I will ask for the council support in supporting this project.
All right, any other comments from the council on this? All right, I'm just going to provide some comments, Member Esparza. I appreciate the work you've done on this. I will tell you that I have extreme hesitation on any additional annexations to the city, given the severely unfair tax sharing agreement we have with the county and the evidence that we continue to lose revenue every time we annex a piece of property into the city. The distinction I will make in this project is that it is infill development. And as such, we want to encourage as much infill development, given that police and fire are already existing and the public infrastructure already exists in that area. And this is a good infill project that I believe has done a service by providing market rate housing. But I do want to reiterate, I am very hesitant to do additional annexations without a better tax sharing agreement with the county. In this case, I will be supportive of this item, given its infill development proposal. Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Similarly, I had the same concerns and reservations about annexations, especially after the last few months when we were given the analysis that we're not getting our fair share, especially when we're talking about growth in the outer areas. And I represent a district that has those types of neighborhoods out in the west of the 99. But I appreciate you guys being thoughtful in the type of development that you guys are bringing, and also the extra workforce investment that you guys will be doing in partnership with CEPSEDA and the folks in that community. I do feel like this council needs to get serious about figuring out how we move forward and asking for additional fiscal analysis when it comes to annexing land that is going to essentially create a greater deficit in our general fund. And we know that we can't hire more police and firefighters when we are running in the red. And what we've learned from the tax sharing agreement is that we're running significantly in the red. And so for projects that are going to be in the areas of mine that is more growth, we really need to be serious about how we're going to find a way to get those projects done by recouping the increase in value for the city, so that we can hire the police, hire the firefighters that we need to cover and provide the services for that area. So thank you, Mr. Councilmember Esparza, for the work that you've been doing. And on this one, I'll be okay.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Karbasi,
Yes.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council President Arias.
Yes. Thank you. We are now on to the 10:15 item. It's a hearing to consider plan amendment application P18-01089, a pre-zone application and vesting the tentative track map and UGM related to the environmental assessment of T6237P18101089 for 26 plus acres of property located on North Grantland and West Dakota alignment. With that, I will turn over to city planning staff. Do you have a presentation?
We do have a presentation.
All right, first let me go to the member of that area. Would you like to make a motion?
I'd like the presentation first, thank you.
Okay, let's proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Council President and council members. My name is Rob Holt with the Planning and Development Department. And this staff brings forth consideration of a plan amendment, pre-zone and track map. Next slide, please. So the location of the track map is located around the yellow boundary here, just on the southeast corner of the West Dakota Avenue alignment and North Grantland Avenue. The subdivision will also include a plan amendment and pre-zone of medium low density, and currently half of the subdivision area is medium high and the other half is at medium density. The orange pre-zone area is not a part of the subdivision map, but it is going to be part of the plan amendment and pre-zone area, and also will be included as medium low density. Currently, it's just a single family house by itself. Everything around it is existing vacant agricultural land. Next slide, please.
Council President.
Yes, council member. We see you're online now.
Yes, the infusion center community hospital was able to take me early. Therefore, I'm back here now. So thanks for your patience.
Thank you. Welcome back. Let the record show that the council member has joined us at 1:58 p.m. Proceed.
Thank you. This map shows the surrounding existing land uses and the proposed change in the plan amendment. The entire subject area will change again the plan land use from medium and high residential to medium low residential density, and the pre-zone to be consistent RS4/UGM. Next slide. The proposed tract map will comprise of 116 single-family residential lots across 26.92 acres, bringing the density of 4.31 dwelling units per acre, which provides consistency with the medium low density. The medium low density range is between 3.5 and 6, so at 4.31, it's almost right down the middle. The average lot size of all lots within the subdivision are just south of 7,000 square feet at about 6,900. The Council District 1 Project Review Committee recommended ultimate approval with 3 votes to 0 of the project, and the project complies with all requirements of the RS4 development standards, including open space, block length, square footage, everything within the RS4 development standard code. And the Planning Commission ultimately approved the project 7 votes to 0. And with that, next slide, please. With that, I'm going to conclude my presentation and just leave you with what the project would look like today in surrounding its existing uses. And that concludes it. Is there any questions from the council?
Thank you. Allow me to go to the public first, council, before we come back to us. Is there anybody in the public wishing to address this 10:15 hearing on the pre-zone application? I see a couple of hands. Let me go to Lisa Flores. You have been unmuted. You may address the council.
Yes, a real quick question. Since you're putting residential development closer to agriculture, is there any discussion about agricultural drift, especially when they are fumigating their crops?
Thank you, Ms. Flores, and we'll have the applicant answer that question when they're up next. Next person is Jeff Roberts. You have the floor, and I believe you're the applicant on this item.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. This is Jeff Roberts speaking on behalf of the Assimi Group. We are the applicant. And I'd like to state for the record that we do concur with the staff recommendation with all the conditions of approval that are contained in the staff report, with the unanimous recommendation of the District 1 Committee, and with the unanimous recommendation of the Planning Commission. I'd like to thank staff for their efforts on this. We've worked hard on this project to come up with a design and conditions that are appropriate for this project. Regarding the agricultural drift, it is typical of a project where there is an interface with ag and urban that you would have what's called some kind of mitigation or easement, an ag easement that is recorded on every lot in the new subdivision. And we would not be opposed to that. That's a very common thing, a right to farm easement, I believe they're called, or covenant. And staff can verify this. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. We are still a lot of work left to do on this property, and we are ready to roll up our sleeves and start that. So appreciate the time here today, and I want to thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, and we'll keep you in mind if there's questions from the council to the applicant. All right, see no additional public comment. We'll come back to the council. I have Councilmember Carbasi, your hand's up.
It is my district, though.
I was going to say, I'll wait for Councilmember Soria to go first.
Thank you.
We're all going to stay in our lane today.
Yes, please. Okay.
I'd love to have a stay in our lanes. That would be fantastic.
Only when the shoe fits. Only when the shoe fits.
Anyways, Jeff, thank you for presenting and answering the question for one of our constituents. So are you agreeable then to making sure that the folks that once you guys do develop, that folks are protected from pesticide drift? Is that something that needs to be included now, staff, if that's what we want? And I don't know if Jeff can answer also.
I think if I'm correct, Councilmember, was it that when people choose to live in this area, they will sign their deed, and the covenant is in there that there is agricultural use in this area and there may be drift, and be aware of that. Is that what was said by the applicant?
Council members, let me, I just unmuted the applicant, and for the record, the 1015 item does show this is a District 2 project, so it is not my fault. But Jeff Roberts, you have the floor to answer the question from the council.
Hey, all the CME projects are not Carbasi projects, for the record. So Carbasi.
Are we staying in our lane? Are we staying in our lanes, folks?
Hopefully.
Mr. Roberts, you have the floor. Did you hear the question?
I did, Mr. President. The right to farm covenant applies to the new lots in the new subdivision. And it's a form of a expanded disclosure, I would say. Regarding the drift, we're acutely acquainted with the farming operation across the road, and I'm not aware of drift, but we understand there are differences between farming and residential. In terms of fumigation, I'm not sure. I can't tell you what goes on those almonds on an annual basis, but we obviously would have a concern about that since we're the same entity. But the right to farm covenant is something we'd be willing to apply to every lot within the new subdivision.
Okay.
I hope that answers it.
Yeah, if you guys are willing to make sure that happens, does that have to be included as part of one of the, I don't know, for staff, as part of the
is this now
pre-zone application? Is this now part of the process, one of the conditions?
Legal counsel, planning staff, can you address a question?
So the right to farm agreement is part of the conditions.
Measures.
One at a time. Go ahead, legal counsel.
Right now, we are checking on the mitigation measures that have been assessed and included, but go ahead, planning.
It was included in the conditions of approval for the right to farm agreement covenant.
Can you repeat that clearly again? I think we might have missed the first part of it.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. That was included in the conditions of approval for the right to farm covenant agreement.
Thank you. And then, I want to go back to the comments that I made earlier in terms of future annexations. And I've had a conversation with the applicant about kind of the future. This is a pre-zone application. I want to make sure that everyone is clear with that. And I want legal counsel to explain to us, or if the applicant wants to chime in about the future of this and how the fact is that we have an MOU that expires at the end of this month, and any future annexation would include a future negotiation of an MOU. Is that correct, City Attorney, before it can come back?
Yes, if this one is approved today, it falls within the council resolution and LAFCO could approve it subject to the current MOU. If it were not approved today, then, and it comes back, then it would have to be negotiated independently.
This one doesn't include the annex.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't include the annexation part.
Correct. This was an owner application for annexation. And so this one would not be subject to the MOU unless LAFCO approves it by August 29th, which does not appear likely, then this will be subject to negotiation.
So just so the applicant is, aware, and you've heard from me, Jeff, my concerns about the deficit that exists and how essentially the growth out in area 1 can become a burden in terms of our general fund. A recent financial analysis of another annexation project demonstrates that. And so we just have to be mindful. So I did express to the applicant that I'm okay right now with the pre-zone, but no guarantees on the annexation, depending on what MOU we end up finalizing with the Fresno County. And I know that Jeff expressed his willingness to make sure that we negotiate a good deal so that we could cover that gap that exists at the moment with any annexations. Is that correct, Jeff?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Council member, Mr. President, members of the council, Council member Soria is correct. We have had discussions about this. We're fully aware that no annexation can occur without some kind of tax sharing agreement in place. We've been through this before when other expirations have taken place of the MOU, and we're very willing to try and help craft a solution to this that's obviously fair to both sides. We've got some ideas. Council member, I've talked with your staff about this, and we have also initiated kind of an analysis of our particular project to show you some of the issues that we'll see. So we're aware we can't get an annexation done in 2 days. We know that. And so we're going to be subject to whatever the next MOU looks like. And we know that. But we're willing to help work on that process. So,
yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you for making that clarification. I just want to make sure that folks, for the record, understand that at this point, a vote today does not mean that we're approving an annexation. The annexation would still be contingent upon LAFCO and the city having a new negotiated MOU. And my hope is that whatever that MOU is, that it would be at least sufficient enough to cover those additional costs, or that in the interim, we also find a mechanism to be able to examine other creative ways, if it's through a CFD or other types of funding resources, to be able to help mitigate the additional cost that it will create because of the city services and because of the infrastructure that the city will be taking on. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Let me go back to Member Chavez for any comments.
Yeah, no, appreciate the conversation. I just want to make sure that the council is cautious as we have these conversations about the message that community, particularly right now in the middle of a housing crisis, where we know we have a substantial amount shortage of housing needs in this community. And I totally appreciate and understand the conversation around, having the resources to pay, the will of this council to have projects 100% pay for themselves. I don't know if that's the formula that we're looking at, but I can tell you that building these new developments attracts investments, attracts discretionary spending, which in turn attracts amenities that our residents can all take advantage of, whether they're low, moderate, or higher income. So I somebody that represents this area where we know that the growth's coming in Northwest, Southeast, I can tell you that home ownership in the are due to African-American, Latino homeowners. And I hope that we don't, for the sake of ideological drives, alienate a lot of those folks and send that message that we don't want you to come into Fresno and develop and create housing at a time when we're having a housing crisis. And I mean, I think we're all familiar with the numbers. The city of Fresno, you know, ended up drafting this general plan that I call it the general plan dud, because we haven't even completed 10% of what that goal was. So I want to make sure that we're all cautious about the message that we're sending to potential investors in our community, where we want them to actually come in and build housing. And I think we have to be very intentional with the kind of message that we send. So I'm going to be supportive of this project. I think we need more of them. The conversation that we're going to have with the county with regards to the tax revenue sharing agreement, I think is long overdue, but I don't think we should cut our nose to spite our face and shoot ourselves in the foot, literally, to send a message that we don't want development in our community. Thank you.
And Councilmember Chavez, I just want to kind of respond to that, because this council has done it before. Just a few, I think last year or the year before, when we kind of said, hey, wait a minute, we can't build anymore west of the 99 because we can't find the dollars to build a new fire station, which was a requirement of adding new development. And so guess what? We all worked very hard to figure out how to make sure that people are paying their fair share when it comes to fire fees, because they were significantly low. And so I know that that was a struggle, but we made those really tough decisions to ensure that we don't discourage the growth that we want. Obviously, we want to make sure that there's new housing opportunities in all parts of the city, but we also have to be mindful of what the long-term costs are and find a way. I'm not saying let's not do it. I think that the County Board of Supervisors need to step up, because there's also value in development when it comes to the city. And guess what? They get 62% of that value. So we are getting shortchanged. And that's where I have a problem. My problem is that the county is shortchanging us, and then we are going further into the red and subsidizing the growth in our folks in the inner city that have sacrificed so much to live in the older neighborhoods and have chosen to live there, get their services stretched out even more, because we haven't been thoughtful about how can we ensure that those costs get covered. That's all I'm wanting. And I have been, if people look at my district, I have been very supportive of building new housing in the West area. We have done a good job, and I'm proud of the community for doing the West area specific plan. It was long overdue because it is a hodgepodge of development. But I also want to make sure that that we're just not approving whatever development. It needs to be thoughtful, and people need to be willing to pay their fair share.
I totally agree with that statement, Councilmember Soria, and we can have a discussion about whether the fees are appropriate, whether those are returning our investment on that. But what I want to be very cautious about is, we all know how the private sector works, that we say we're not going to do any annexations going forward. That sends the message to developers, to the private sector, that City of Fresno is not open for business. And I'm not comfortable sending that message to them because I think we're going to need them here in the long haul when, again, we have a housing crisis. We've got people that don't have places to go. They're going to get evicted. And I think the best way to get out of that is to actually build more housing. We can have a conversation about what that housing looks like, but to me, it needs to be a mix. I'm not comfortable with just doing infill that, if we're honest, usually means it's just low income. I think we need a good mix of low, moderate, and market rate. I think that's a healthy mix for the city, and we might have agreement or disagreement on that. I just want to make sure that we don't send that message. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
I'm going to second the motion, by the way. Thank you. I'm going to echo some of the comments Councilmember Chavez made. I think that there are really important comments being made on both sides, and I do appreciate Councilmember Soria's concern of the budget. She's right. I mean, it's a perfectly legitimate concern. But we have to think of our local problem and think of our state problem. We are in a state housing crisis. Councilmember Chavez is right. We had this bold goal of building so much housing and we haven't even reached 10% of our goal. What the best thing for the market and for the middle income earners in our community, which is the majority of our community, is competition. Right now, the system only benefits a handful of developers, and it's a very closed economy. We need to open that up and encourage more investment as much as possible, creates jobs, and especially when we're in a recession, because hopefully we will have a vaccine for COVID, but we don't know when that's going to happen. But what we do know is the economic implications of COVID are going to last for years in this community. And earlier today, we were talking about how sometimes there was a comment made about the city not being as fast or open for business. Councilmember Chavez is right. This message we send, we don't want to send a message that, hey, we're not going to work something out. Don't come to Fresno, go to Clovis or Madera or somewhere else. We really need that investment in those jobs here in our economy. I think that we all want that, but I just want to be, again, very careful how we phrase this so that we are business friendly and we are competition friendly so that we can be supportive of equity for the middle income earners so they can actually own their own home, a starter home, and build that equity and move up economically. That's all.
All right, Council, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna close this up with a couple of comments. I agree, we're in a housing crisis. We've been in a housing crisis for a decade, but what's in front of us is our house is on fire when it comes to the budget crisis and the immediate budget crisis. I'm not comfortable approving deficit generating sprawl when we're about to consider laying off police and firefighters. And until we get clarity on how bad the $35 million deficit that the mayor outlined a few months ago, that didn't allow us to approve a full budget as we all expected, until we get clarity on whether the Congress is going to provide us additional relief for the budget deficit that we know we have. And until, more importantly, we get clarity on what we're going to cut and how deep it needs to be, I'm not willing to support housing projects that we know are going to create an ongoing budget deficit for the city. So we're all right. We have a housing crisis. We need more housing, but the primary and the more immediate urgency for us is a budget crisis. So until I have some level of confidence that our city staff is recommending a budget that doesn't result in laying off public safety or slashing and closing down parks, I can in good conscience continue to approve housing projects that we know are going to have a deficit, operational deficit for our city. So with that, I'm gonna have to abstain from this project. I understand everybody's positions, but I'm worried about this September budget presentation that has been promised to us and that we're yet to see. In this meeting itself, we have approved making part-time positions permanent. We have approved multiple year contracts that have escalating costs. And we are now approving housing projects that we know are going to create an operational deficit for our city. And yet the elephant in the room is a $35 million budget crisis that today our mayor still doesn't want to touch the $35 million reserve to try and address. So until we have that full picture, I'm going to abstain from adding more debt to the ongoing operations of the city. Because we all want housing, but we also don't want to be a bankrupt city because we're taking individual piecemeal attempts and actions without being fully conscious of the whole picture. And I'm going to wait till September for the city and the mayor to tell us how they propose to close the, sky is falling budget outlook that they gave us in June. With that, roll call, if there's any other comments.
Can I just make one last comment, Council President? I appreciate your thoughtfulness as well and your statements on the issue of further annexations. As mentioned, I just want folks to know, so yes, we're approving a pre-zone. This subdivision, if it does get approved by LAFCO, would be subject to the new MOU. And the only way that I will approve the project coming forward after it gets annexed is that the MOU actually is gonna be helpful, or the returns that we get is going to be more than what we get today. And I think that that's going to be very important, and I'm willing to work hard to make sure that we get a fair negotiated MOU. But what I want this body to know is that in approving any other annexations, knowing what we know today, we would also be in non-compliance with the city's general plan. The restated MOU between the County of Fresno and the City of Fresno MOU and the Cortez-Knox-Hertzberg Local Government Reorganization Act. It is clear in our general plan and all these binding documents that annexations of property must meet these findings. And that's a document that if people don't agree with, then you all need to change it, because this is what it says. It says that the development project will fully fund public facilities and infrastructure as necessary to mitigate any impacts arising from new development. The development will fully fund ongoing public facility and infrastructure maintenance and public service costs. In addition, projects requiring annexation will not and cannot negatively impact city finances. Knowing what we know today after we did the tax sharing agreement analysis, we know that we're only getting 38% of the additional investments happening in these areas. So it's time that we get serious about ensuring that we get our fair share so that we can continue to attract private development and additional housing in our community. But I just want you guys to know that that's why we're bringing this up. And this is all new to us, given the fact that we just got the tax sharing agreement analysis not that long ago during the whole budget discussions. So we all know that we're going into the red, and as we continue to add additional annexations, we're just going to go deeper into the red.
So looks like we've had a full debate on this item. If there's no other comments, I'd like to go to roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Travasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
and President Arias.
A Luis Chavez abstention.
No, I voted yes.
In the spirit of Luis Chavez, I will abstain on this item.
Okay.
A friendly abstention.
Extremely friendly abstention. So don't send me any, angry messages today. With that, council, we are going to the next item on today's agenda. That is item 3D, as in Diego and David, directing the application for electronic vehicle grants, purchasing vehicles, installing the necessary infrastructure. City Attorney, you have the floor.
Yes, City Clerk's office, if we could tee up our PowerPoint. There we go. Next page, please. Yes, with the information we got a while back that there would be electric charging stations and promenade lot where most of the city vehicles, at least that code uses, are parked. We thought it'd be a good idea to look at code enforcement using electric vehicles. We have a fleet of close to 60 vehicles. Close to half of those are older than 10 years old, and some as old as 20 years old. And almost all of the code inspectors are driving around all day in full-size F-150 pickup trucks. And so we wanted to look into whether or not it would save money over time and be more environmentally friendly to drive electric vehicles. So some considerations that we were looking at was, of course, the initial costs, the incentives, and we'll get into that. There are substantial incentives for the electric vehicles. The fuel cost, maintenance and repair costs, infrastructure, the charging infrastructure necessary to charge them up, the range of the vehicles, and of course, the effect on air quality. Next page. Typically, we would want a range of at least 100 to 150 miles per day for these vehicles. They need to be able to seat at least 2 people. Not very often would they need to seat more than that. Right now, we're just doing 1 at a time. Of course, they need to be reliable. Safety is a consideration. Availability is important. They need to be serviceable. Of course, we can all look at the intangibles such as value and effect on the environment, and also the perception of the city using EVs as opposed to full-size pickup trucks. The incentives available. And for purposes of comparison, we assumed for the trucks, it would be a fuel cost of driving about 100 miles per day and they get around 15 miles per gallon at $3 a gallon and driving about 200 days per year. So next slide. There are substantial incentives available. Air Resources Board, and actually some council members may know more about these things than we do. There's a rebate available of $4,500 per battery or range extended vehicle, up to 30 vehicles per year. We would have to check and see if the city has used some of that capacity already in other departments. Must be an approved vehicle, and all of the ones we will list are approved except the Prius because it's not EV pure. And then, of course, we have to do some paperwork to document the use of the vehicles. Next page. Through the Air Pollution Control District, there's a grant of $20,000 per vehicle, up to $100,000 per year. With that grant and combined with the other, the vehicles are nearly free to the extent that you can use those incentives. We must have a resolution which the council can consider today to apply for the grant in advance of the purchase, and we must commit to use them for 3 years. Next. Next slide. Here are some examples of some of the electric vehicles that are available, and we would be going out to bid and then returning to council with approval of a contract to buy the vehicles. After the incentives, assuming we can use those, the electric vehicle cost would range a net of about $7,100 to about $14,500 for each vehicle. Some examples are the Chevy Bolt, Hyundai Kona, Kia Niro, Nissan Leaf, and surprisingly affordable Tesla Model 3. All of those vehicles supply the necessary range. Even with the Leaf, there's another model available that has close to the 250-mile range also. So the ranges are substantially greater than what they were even a few years ago. So all of those vehicles would potentially be useful for what we want. Next page, please. Here is a list of our current fleet. As you can see in the red, those are the vehicles that we are using right now that are older than 10 years old, some going back to the year 2000. So you've got people driving around 100 miles a day in Fresno and vehicles, full-size vehicles that are close to 20 years old. And so we would, I'm sorry? We would propose replacing the vehicle shown in red through the 2006 vehicle, the F-150, that's a tow vehicle, so we need a full-size vehicle for that. Next, please. If we were to replace the vehicles with what's currently available, non-electric vehicles, an example of an F-150 would be about $28,000 to purchase, gets 18 to 24 miles per gallon, and the fuel cost would be about $3,300 per year. Next. A smaller vehicle would be the Ford Ranger, about $25,000, a little bit better mileage, and of course, less cost, about $2,800 per year on fuel cost. So we would eliminate the fuel cost because electric vehicles are very cheap. Next. As one alternative to a pure electric vehicle would be, for example, the Prius, a hybrid. The incentives do not apply to this. It gets in the 50s miles per gallon and the fuel cost of about $1,000 per year for that. Next. Some other considerations, of course, if we've got the promenade lot, if we were to install solar panels, that would reduce the charging costs also. We have to install the charging stations, and there may be incentives available for that also. We do have a fair amount of vandalism of the code vehicles in promenade. We would need to make sure that the charging area was secure such that they couldn't be tampered with, because we can't have employees going out in the morning and can't drive their vehicle because they weren't charged. I think all of the vehicles that we listed have local service centers. Possibly they could be serviced at the dealership as opposed to having to use fleet. We listed retail prices. The fleet deals could possibly be even lower. And so at this point, we are asking for the council to approve the resolution, and then we would go out to bid and return for approval when we get the bids back. That's it.
All right, council, legal. Is there a motion to approve the resolution as presented?
I would like to speak to some of this.
Sure. Let me get a motion from Member Carbasi. I'll second it, and then we'll go to you, Jim, for any questions before we go to the public. Go ahead, Jim. You have the floor.
I believe some of my staff is on too. If not, Greg Barfield and Scott Mosier may need to be let in. And I just wanted to point out some things based on the presentation. I think first of all, there was an assumption that vehicles are putting on 100 miles per day, code enforcement vehicles. We've looked at vehicle utilization for our entire fleet in the past. And one of the noticeable things is various departments have very high utilization on vehicles and others do not. And code enforcement, even if you just looked at the slide showing the vehicles, you could do an average vehicle miles per day, and it is nowhere near 100 miles an hour or miles per day for those vehicles. So the fuel savings that we're talking about would not be realized at that level. Secondly, our staff has looked at the incentives in the past, and yes, there is a $4,500 incentive roughly. There may be a couple other smaller incentives out there, for example, through PG&E. The $20,000 incentive, we have had a resolution in place for many, many years. I'm guessing around 10 years that we've been utilizing that incentive. It is limited to 5 vehicles per year per organization. And the city of Fresno, as we have checked multiple times, is considered one organization. So I believe Greg and his staff have consumed those $20,000 incentives all the way out into calendar year 2022. So those are not available at this point. Did some calculations on the payback based on true mileage and what I would consider another alternative for replacement. And historically, planning and code enforcement have asked for pickups. That is something Fleet has in the past recommended considering sedans, small sedans. The vehicles, the electric vehicles that code enforcement is recommending are what I would call a compact sedan typically. And you can pick up a Toyota Corolla or a Nissan Sentra for probably anywhere from $16,000 to $19,000. And those vehicles get roughly in the city about 30 miles per gallon. So that would change the payback analysis significantly. I did some rough calculations, and based on the amount of mileage that code enforcement had based their analysis on, the payback period of an electric vehicle versus a conventional gas sedan is about 7.8 years. If we looked at what would be a more reasonable mileage that code enforcement puts on their vehicles, it's about 26 years of payback. And that is because, as I mentioned, the utilization factor. If you look at the chart that was provided with all the vehicle numbers, there are vehicles that are very, very old, but have low mileage on them. And that's an indicator they're not being driven much. So when you start considering replacing a vehicle, before we start considering replacing a vehicle, we actually look at whether it's being utilized well, and if there's other opportunities, perhaps to give those vehicles up and not hold on to vehicles that are being severely underutilized. So I'm not sure if Greg has anything to add to that, but Scott and his staff also.
Jim, before we go there, let me bring it back to the council. I understand your point that the nickel and dimes may not be as huge as the city has expected in the past, but from my perspective, too many of our kids have asthma. The air outside is not even breathable given the fire conditions. And just the fact that we could just get some current, dirtier cars off the streets and replace them.
I totally agree with that, Council President.
Yeah.
If the motivation is to clean the air, that's fine. but let's not fool ourselves in saying that this is going to save us money.
Agreed. I think from my perspective, the motivation should be to clean the air, given that we operate a huge fleet. And I know staff's motivation, because of your responsibilities, is to make the most, cost conscious recommendation you possibly can. And you do look at what's the cheapest thing to do. But I think from my perspective, sometimes we use outside contractors because they're cheaper, but they're not hiring local folks and giving back. And sometimes we buy vehicles that are cheaper from out of area dealers because they're to have the cheapest price, but it's not really having a longer benefit to the local community that we hope. So, but I'll get off my soapbox and go to Councilmember Carbasi.
But I just one more point on the infrastructure, because I think this is important. We've looked at the promenade lot and how much service we have available there. We are maxed out on service once we put these 10 chargers in for the public. In order to put additional service in there, we will have to have PG&E do a significant amount of work, and that could be in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, depending on what is needed. So, to build that out is not going to be as simple as throwing a charger in there. There's going to be significant investment required.
Understood. And I know that you guys are still working on the second and third phases of going solar and putting charging stations. And one of my pet peeves during the whole solar panel conversation was city staff was doing the bare minimum when it came to charging stations. So I think we just got to be more aggressive in how we do it.
And I think that's fine. It's just the energy efficiency probably wasn't the best way. Project wasn't the best way to do that when we have to pull PG&E in and do significant work. So that's just going to be a whole nother large scale project.
Understood. Councilmember Carbasi, you have the floor.
So I'm going to land this so well that no one's going to have to abstain. No, City Attorney, this expenditure is going to come from your budget, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So when we looked over all the different choices that were presented to us, I'm going to select one of the models only because I think it kind of fits the mold. If we went with a hybrid, gas electric, like the Prius, the technology has been around for a very long time. It lowers the fuel consumption cost. It's better for the environment. It has enough room. I think that may actually solve the problem. And the issue of we may not be eligible for as many rebates as we thought, and we may also not be able to have the infrastructure. It'll give us time. Maybe in the future we'll go all electric, but we don't have to worry about the infrastructure challenges that we have. And I think it can be locally serviced as well. But I don't really see a reason not to move forward with this item. I wanted to ask you, Jim, what exactly in your wheelhouse do you think would be prudent if the council wants to move forward with this item? What are you thinking?
We've discussed this, and what I would recommend is if we need vehicles immediately, we could buy up to 10 and charge them on the public chargers at night, because likely they won't be used by the public at night. That will give us some time to start building infrastructure. If that's the desire, we will have to find funding to do so. If we need more than 10 units, then we may need to start looking at a hybrid. We could also look at a plug-in hybrids because though they do best plugged in, they can actually operate, as Council President knows, without charging and just operate as a normal hybrid. So those are our foreseeable options. When we start talking about PG&E, Scott is very painfully familiar with how long it takes PG&E to do something. It might be longer than it takes us to do something. It's by doing a phased approach and phasing in, which is what most people are doing, hybrids to plug-in hybrids to full electric, then I think we would have a chance at it. If we're talking about just buying battery electric vehicles, there won't be a place to plug them in other than the 10 spots we have.
So Jim, for me, I'm comfortable with the city attorney working with you to make that decision. But what we could do as a council, if the council agrees, is we can authorize up to 10 of the vehicles to be purchased all electric if the city attorney's office chooses to do so. And then the administration has to know that we're interested in having more charging capacity at City Hall and for our vehicles, so we can eventually go to an all-electric fleet, and that as needed, they can purchase hybrid vehicles for the remainder. How do my colleagues feel about that? Let's let the council.
Already working on some other charging locations. You know, Fax is working on how many light equipment, Greg? 20?
So our PG&E process has been a year and a half to charge up to 23 buses. And then our entire relief fleet, which is another 35 vehicles. So we're almost through the permitting process at City Hall in order for PG&E to pull that power from across the street into our yard and begin to build our charging infrastructure. So we're there already, you know, with the 2 electric buses we bought. We'll be coming to you shortly with a bid to buy the remaining group. And we've already been purchasing electric vehicles in anticipation of being ready. I do want to make one point about the Chevy Bolt and why you have a municipal fleet. You have a municipal fleet because you buy in bulk. So if the city attorney is going to buy by himself, he will pay $37,495. Our Bolt that we just bought was $31,000 because we buy in bulk and we buy for the entire city. You also can't outsource to one of those third-party vendors like a dealer because you're now violating Local 39's MOU.
It looks like we have a solution. Greg, you have to buy the cars.
Well, I'd be more than happy. We would be more than happy to do that, but we have to have the attorney sit down with us and say, this is the list, because we do this for the entire city. This is the list of the things I want and the things I need.
But
I think the city attorney though did say that if we do buy in bulk, we will save money. So I think the city attorney made it clear he's open to that.
Yeah, okay.
And I think, but I do think that there is a need for direction from the council saying, hey, we want to go the electric route because the priority is cleaning the air, you know? And I think that that comes from the city council. And I think that that's why our city attorney has brought this forward.
Would have been consulted on it and we could have moved forward direction.
All right. So I apologize. I know we're getting good points. So obviously we have to be concerned about costs because we keep talking about development, everything and how it affects our budget. But we also don't have the infrastructure to go all electric right now, but the council really wants that. So I'm going to go back to the proposal. If we were to approve up to 10, so they can charge a night, like you said, up to 10 all electrics working with fleet. And then the remainder, if we need more going hybrid, is that a problem?
No, I'm fine with that, with the caveat, and I mentioned this earlier, when you're not driving vehicles, buying a new one doesn't save you money. So,
well, I'm gonna but I'm gonna leave that.
The first question is,
because they're managing the department.
So let me just intervene again really quick. Let me go out to the public for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the council. We do have a motion by Member Karbasi and a second by me. So just let me go to the public first. Anybody in the public wishing to speak to this item, which proposes to have code enforcement buy some clean burning fuel and hybrid vehicles for their code enforcement work, with the understanding that, you know, Greg Barfield's gonna buy all the cars so we get a discounted deal. All right, seeing no members of the public, I'll bring it back to the council. Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor.
I just have a question. So what do we do with all these vehicles? How do we dispose of them?
So that's actually one of the things that we do here at Fleet. So at Fleet, we from the beginning of the process of purchasing the vehicle based on what the department asked for. So in the past, the department had asked for 1 half-ton short bed pickups. So Doug even has the wrong picture, but it's a short bed pickup because they insisted that they needed to put rakes and shovels in the back. In 2018, the department said, no, wait a minute, maybe you ought to not do that. Maybe you ought to get small sedans, as Jim had mentioned. And that's not what the customer wanted. So we went out and bought what the customer wanted. At the end of the service life, what we do is we actually then take the vehicle apart, because sometimes there's upfitting that's been done to the vehicle, such as in the case of the vehicle that Code just purchased. They wanted lights, amber lights. They wanted the wig wags. They say code enforcement on it, and it says City of Fresno. We take all of that off, and anything else that we've upfitted with, it could be radios or other equipment. We take all that apart, and then we sell them at auction. And then those proceeds come back into the city's coffers. Typically, a police car has 250 or 300,000 miles. We may see $900 that comes back to us, but we have driven that car for a substantial period of time. And then annually, we also do an assessment on the utilization of those vehicles. So again, as the departments come in and say, well, I think I need another truck. And when we look at the utilization, we look to see how much you're utilizing that vehicle. And we will then make a suggestion. Maybe you can go another year. This is a general fund department. So this is a general fund conversation. So we want to make sure that they're serviced the best way they can be, but we also want to do it right. We want to make sure that that vehicle is serviced by our folks, because that keeps your employees already here, whose shop rate is less than the dealers. It keeps them employed and it keeps them busy. But we buy all our parts from all our local dealerships.
Thank you,
So
Greg.
parts we need.
Thank you, Greg. We'll go to Member Carbasi.
I think we're ready to move forward. So I think that the council, unless any council members disagree, we do want purchasing done through fleet, and the city attorney is willing to work with fleet. But the motion we've made is going to talk about up to 10 electric vehicles, the remainder being hybrid until we get better infrastructure. But the administration has the understanding we want more infrastructure so that we can use eventually go all electric for the entire fleet as we need to. So I think we're ready to move forward unless any other council members have any objections.
So Member Carbasi, as a second to your motion, I don't know if this would be helpful, but when we actually buy the vehicle, staff has to come back to us, right, for the actual purchase, Greg, the attorney. So
Yeah.
what I would ask Mike is that you consider not putting a 10 limit, but instead redirecting staff to come back with whatever they feel they could do in the budget constraints.
Sure. It's fine.
All right, with that, we have a motion to approve. A second, roll call, please.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yeah.
President Arias.
Yes. Thank you, council. That takes us to the next item, the workshop on homeless. I do want to apologize to the council on this item. We just received the presentation, the backup material from staff this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to ask that you support us tabling the item. We'll bring it back to you. I want to make sure that it's such a significant item that I don't want to give it to you with a couple hour notice without seeing the backup material. So I'd like to make a motion to table this item for the next. Second. Roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza,
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi,
Aye.
Councilmember Soria,
Aye.
Council Vice President Capriolio,
Yes.
and President Arias.
Yes. And council, with that, you should also know that this item will go to the homeless subcommittee of the council first, and then we'll bring it back to the full council for discussion, direction, and approval. The next item is an item sponsored by Member Carbasi.
Council President.
Vice President Capriolio.
Council President, we had another code item.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
3E.
Let me go to the next code item. Proceed, legal counsel.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk's office, if you could tee up the PowerPoint, please.
That's right, our virtual inspection program.
Yes.
Before we get started, I do want to say for the record, Member Bredefeld, thank you for voting for the AOC Green New Deal item. We're finally going to get hybrid cars.
Keep dreaming.
With that, legal counsel, you have the floor.
Yes, council, briefly, I'm going to turn this over to Kevin Watkins, our housing manager. we have an opportunity. We discovered that other cities were doing virtual inspections, where basically somebody at the location of an inspection will use some kind of electronic device like a cell phone and walk around as directed by a city employee who can stay at City Hall and conduct an inspection. We can do snapshots of violations to document those if necessary. And so especially while the COVID emergency is going on, this would allow us to fire up inspections again that have been delayed for about 6 months now. So we are asking that the council consider a resolution approving the program and also approving waiving the $100 fee per inspection that we currently impose. I think the purpose of that would be both to accommodate the owners of units right now that are probably suffering economically already, but also to incentivize using this program, which will require cooperation on the other end. So with that, I'll have Kevin Watkins come in and explain the program. Kevin?
Good afternoon, City Council. Kevin Watkins, Rental Housing Manager for the Code Enforcement Division in the Office of City Attorney. Today, I'm just going to give you a very brief overview of the virtual inspection process. This PowerPoint presentation is pretty brief. If you could give me the next slide, please. So by now, many of you are probably asking just what is a virtual inspection. A virtual inspection is a remote inspection of conditions at a property completed through the aid of technology and software. Next slide. The way it's done is a call is initiated by an inspector using virtual meeting software like Cisco, WebEx, or Zoom, very similar to the way this meeting is being held right now. The tenant or the applicant accepts the call and they begin the video from their end. We have with Zoom the ability to record the call. And so the inspector on our end will record the session, and then still photos after the inspection is completed, still photos are taken from the video as snapshots, and those become the inspection photos that support the correction notice. And then the case proceeds just the way it always has, with the notice being issued, timelines being given, and then the corrections being performed. Next slide. Currently, there are two programs that I mentioned that the city has approved us to use right now. That's Zoom and Cisco WebEx. But other agencies have successfully been using Skype, FaceTime, Facebook Messenger, and even Google Duo. Next slide. As you can imagine, some of the benefits of a virtual inspection program would be that it minimizes our contact with the public for health and safety concerns, especially associated with COVID-19 right now. It is also an efficient use of our time and resources and can increase our productivity. It improves the safety for residents and both inspectors. It also gives our inspectors less road time in the field, reducing pollution and the risk of potential accidents. And for risk management, this is probably a very attractive alternative. And then the cost for deploying the software, the WebEx and the Zoom, are covered under the CARES Act. Next slide. And this is actually our last slide. This is by no means a comprehensive list, but this is just a list of other cities in California that are using the virtual inspection process. And as you can see, many agencies use it for building and safety purposes, for building inspections and permits. But Anaheim is one that we specifically reached out to when we saw that they were using it for code enforcement inspections specifically, and spent quite a bit of time with them discussing their process and reaching out to see if it was something that could work in Fresno. And realistically, this is just another tool that'll help us resume our interior inspections and be able to operate safely and effectively. So with that, I can answer.
Do you have the video?
Oh, and next, if you have the video.
Yes, 1 second.
So what we have while they're teeing it up, we have, this is actually a 20-minute video. We're not going to make you suffer through 20 minutes of a housing inspection. But if we can briefly scan through, what this video is doing right now is discussing how we initiate a call, what it looks like on our end. And then if you can just scan forward just a little bit, right about there. So what's going on here is we've actually initiated the call. The The inspector on our end has made contact. We're making sure that the camera is facing the right way and that we're able to actually get everything set up. We asked them to confirm the unit number that they're at and that everything is operating the way that it should. Then go ahead and scan forward just a little more. So here we're actually on the interior of the unit. We are looking at the locking mechanism. We're looking at the door frame, making sure that there are no violations just at that particular portion of the property. Scan forward again, please. In this slide, or in this section of the video, we're actually having the tenant or occupant zoom in and give us a little detailed view of the window sills, the windows surrounding, make sure that we don't have any broken windows, that it latches and operates. And if you could zoom forward again, please. Here in the audio of the video, when it's playing, we actually test the carbon monoxide detector and make sure that it's functioning. We are able to actually see the lights light and activate, which is a benefit of the interactive process with the inspector or with the tenant on their end in the FaceTime type call. And this is just kind of moving forward through the different portions of the inspection. Here we're in the bathroom, looking under the sink, zooming in on certain things. When we first entered the bathroom, I had the person turn on the hot water. As you can see, they're testing that there. So that as they're walking around the bathroom, taking pictures or video of the different sections, then I asked them to test the water and confirm that it's hot. Obviously, at this point, we're taking their word for this. Okay, and so with that, you pretty much have a general idea of what this, what the inspection process looks like from our end. After the video is taken, after the inspection is done, the video is saved. The inspector will review the video and take screenshots or snapshots of the different sections that we deemed were violations or corrections, and then those become the pictures for the case file. So with that, if anybody has any questions or.
I'd like a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by member Esparza, second by member Carbasi, and we go to the public. Any member of the public wishing to address the proposed virtual residential inspections and waiving the associated $100 fee for inspection? Seeing none, I'll come back to the council. Any discussion before we go to roll call?
Council President, this is Council Vice President.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Just a compliment to all those involved with that presentation. It was excellent, concise, to the point, and it was so well done. We didn't get off in the weeds as we usually do with these types of situations. So congratulations. You set the mark for presentation. Thank you very much. To you, please.
All right, with that, let's go to roll call, please. City Clerk, have you on mute. City Clerk, you're muted.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio.
Yes.
And President Arias.
Yes. Thank you, City Attorney and Code Enforcement, for coming up with innovative ways to continue to serve our folks who have, are living in rental properties. With that, we'll go to the last item of the agenda, unless the City Clerk tells me that I missed something.
Oh,
that's item 4B as in boy. The proposal to contract and establish a senior aid food and resource program.
Council President, did we do 3C?
3C was moved to consent and approved during consent.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah. All right, with that, Jim, I think you're trying to talk, but I can't hear you. So let me just.
Was 3B moved to consent as well? Okay.
3B and 3C were both moving to consent during the adoption of the agenda, and they were both approved under consent.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome. The last item we have on the agenda is 4B as in boy. Member Carbasi, as a sponsor of this item, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I also want to thank my co-sponsors, Councilmembers Chavez and Vice President Capriolio. So I presented this last week. I won't go into too much detail unless the council asks, but this is the Senior Safer Program, the Senior Aid for Food and Resources. I think like a lot of my colleagues with COVID, we're very worried about our vulnerable seniors. Many seniors are already economically vulnerable, but they're also vulnerable with a safe food supply, and it's a risk for them to even go to the grocery store. And there unfortunately are some grocery stores, even in my district, that continue to not enforce senior hours or mask requirements so our seniors can feel safe going into the store. So with that, the program is primarily going to offer a week's supply of groceries, and it will also be staffed at distribution sites in the city by the supplier. So it's going to be the 5 food groups are covered. And we'll also be able to use this as an opportunity to get resources out to seniors like PPP or anything else they may need as we run the pilot and discover some of the needs of our seniors. We chose to do a pilot because I wanted to ensure that when we're spending taxpayer money, we can ensure it works. And then if council feels necessary, we can release more money in the program and expand it. And, you know, again, our seniors do matter. And I think that's why we're focusing so much on their food security and making sure they have the resources they need to get through this. The other advantage of this program is it also helps to stimulate our economy because the food service sector, especially with catering, has been really impacted by COVID and closures. So this is going to create directly between 50 to 75 jobs, depending on the scope of the program, and indirectly with local food suppliers, another 900 jobs. So that's an added benefit, but the primary function is to provide for our seniors. The only thing I would need, and we can talk about this later, is ensuring the administration will help with the intake of requests from seniors so we can relay that information to the partner. So when they run the food service site, it's kind of like a drive-up testing site where the senior has an appointment, the food's handed to them and they can go on their way contactless. We can do that. So if I have my co-sponsors wish to comment.
Allow me to go to public really quick, council member. Any members of public wishing to speak on the Senior Aid Food and Resource Program, SAFER, is to identify yourself. I see one person with their hand raised. Are you trying to speak on this item? Let me unmute you. You have the floor. Identify yourself. All right, seeing none.
Council President.
Give me 1 second, Council Vice President. Brandy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, you have the floor.
Yeah,
you want to address the item?
Yes, I just want to say thank you for helping our seniors. This is Jonas Paulos. I'm really happy with this. We need to help our vulnerable seniors. I just came from my parents. They need it. I just want to tell you thank you. Thank you for the code enforcement, thinking outside the box. God bless you all. I'm really happy.
Thank you, Jonas. The next person is Brandy. Brandy, you are unmuted. You have the floor to address the council on this item.
Hi, I also simply wanted to express my support and thank you guys for working on this and for those who worked on it. There's a number of people I know who are elderly who have limited mobility as it is, and I know this will be extremely helpful. I want to just this week again, I was passing out flyers for Miguel's event with the COVID testing, which I wanted to thank you for that, but came across some seniors I know have a lot of limitations on what they can do, and I am grateful that that those who are this vulnerable population will be served by this. So thank you.
Thank you. With that, council, bring it back, and I'll hand it over to the co-sponsors. Member Council Vice President Caprillo, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. Member Carbasi's worked really hard on this, and I want to thank him for his due diligence and hard work. It's been a pleasure working with him and with Councilmember Chavez. We really put a lot of effort into this. He's covered all the details quite adequately, and then you see the reaction today from some of the people that are aware of this program. So it's for the people, by the people, and we feel that we should have the support of the entire council. I'll defer now to my co-sponsor, Member Chavez.
Member Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of the words that my colleagues mentioned. We know that our senior citizens are vulnerable. They've had a hard time really getting to grocery stores for a couple of reasons. One, out of fear of being infected, but the other one is oftentimes they're confined to or have mobility problems. And even the ones that take the bus, we've been challenged with the limitations on our bus system. So this will go a long ways in helping get those seniors this week-long supply of groceries. And, you know, for them, I think it'll be very helpful to have a lot of the organizations that have been helping and kind of getting the word out. If you guys have some of those folks that could benefit, obviously we want to include them. The Fresno Madera Agency on Aging is going to be sending us some data on the numbers of seniors that one, were eligible for the senior hot meal programs that were postponed, unfortunately. And we will be going through that data and see if we can serve some of those populations that have mobility. And, you know, I from the last figures I heard, not all of the seniors that were eligible for senior hot meal programs were taking advantage of that. So there might be a need on that end as well. So just thank you again to Councilmember Carbasi, Councilmember Capriolio, and our colleagues.
Council President, I'd second the motion by Member Carbasi when he makes it.
All right, Member Soria and then Member Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. So just what I echoed earlier in the morning. So I'm supportive. I'd like to see the program be citywide, just like we did with the parklets and we've done. So if the motion maker is, you know, willing to amend the motion or add that all districts are included as part of the pilot, I will be supportive.
Yeah, so all districts already are included. The distribution sites are only in 3 districts and the number of meals is limited because of that. I would love to actually have this be citywide. It's just a funding issue right now. Right now, it's going to be 1,500 available a week, but it's open citywide. If the council, if you would like it in your district and want to allocate more money, we can do that, but it's going to require us to just make that commitment.
So,
but it is city.
Okay, so for the drop off of the meals, it is citywide.
Yes, yeah. So let me put it this way. Every City of Fresno resident is eligible for this program. So if someone from District 1 calls and says, hey, I'd like to sign up, they're eligible. There's going to be 3 sites that we take the refrigerated truck to. Eventually, if the program's successful and we make it citywide in terms of every council district, then the truck will go to your district, whatever site you choose in your district, and then they can come to your district and pick it up. But the delivery portion, which we're working on, will be citywide.
That makes sense.
Okay, so that's what I guess where I'm confused. So then we have 3 sites where people can drop off, but then
pick up. They can come pick up. Yeah.
I mean, they can pick up, and then the other portion is delivery to individual homes, or no?
That's the portion we're working on. We were still under budget, so we still do have money to work with a local provider to help us with that portion. The challenge with that, and I think you've been successful with your program in Neighborhood Thrift, was working on the liability issue with our current supplier, but because of food safety. But we found a way we can cut that off, and then we can give it to someone else. They're no longer liable, and it's the person who handles the food and takes it to the residents at home.
Okay.
Councilmember Soria, so that we're not confusing it even more, the same CBOs that we're working with for our food distribution and deliveries, we can use them and partner with us on this food program as well.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering how the food delivery would be. That's why I was asking whether citywide, but that's fine. Neighborhood Industries is going to be already doing food delivery, groceries to people's homes. So that's fine. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, and they were a part of the conversation early on, so thank you. You're right. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, Councilman Esparza, you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll keep it short. I'm supportive of this measure. I do want to congratulate Councilmember Carbasi for coming up with another clever acronym for his legislation. He seems to be pretty good at that. But excuse the muffle for my voice. We had to take this meeting on the road here for a visit to our pediatrician. So that'll conclude my comments.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for, unlike Emmanuel's school community, being safe while you're out in the public in our city. With that, I just want to point out a couple of things. council, is, so far we have helped small businesses, renters, homeowners, the homeless. We provide testing and medical services to essential workers, and now we're addressing the seniors. So thank you for continuing to find ways to address the gaps and the need that COVID has created for too many in our city. And thank you for all those who are spending all the extra time and trying to work out, the logistics, the implementation, and the operational plans for all these relief efforts. So with that, I'm happy to be supportive. Councilmember Bredefield, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
It's been motioned and seconded by Council Vice President Capriolio.
Thank you.
Member Bredefield has the floor.
Yeah, so if I understand, Mike, the way it's going to run, there's 3 distribution sites in your district, 4 and 5. Anybody in the city can come and get the food, but they have to know where the distribution site is.
Right. And Tip.
Go ahead.
So basically, based on their address, we'll give them the closest site.
Okay.
That way it's.
How will they know about this? How do you plan to advertise it to the senior citizen community?
Well, that's where you can be very helpful with all your Facebook followers. And this is where the administration would come in and help us. So basically, we would have a central database on our website where now seniors aren't necessarily going to use the internet, but they'll call 311 and they're going to call our council offices. So our staff can enter the information that will be relayed to our delivery partner, and the delivery partner can logistically plan for the delivery portion. For the pickup portion, that will be relayed to our partner that runs the distribution sites, because they're going to staff them as well, and they'll be able to contact the individuals and make sure they give them a window of time they can come and pick up their food. It's probably a 6-hour window per day for every site. That's what they estimated.
And you're going to be doing a delivery service as well?
There will be a component that we're working on, so that for seniors that maybe can't use the bus or can't drive, will be able to get their food as well.
Okay. And so
we do have a limited number right now with our budget. So this is the part of the pilot. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Councilman.
No, that's all right. I just want
1,500 a week.
What's that?
It's 1,500 a week. So there is a bit of a limit based on our current budget. We hope to increase that as the program is successful.
1,500 meals per week?
1,500, not meals, 1,500 weekly supplies of groceries.
Okay. Oh, right. Okay. And so, again, I'm just wondering how people can find out about this. I mean, I'm happy to promote it, but how do people find out about this program, which is a good program, so we can reach out to everybody in the city?
Mm-hmm. Yep. If you have any ideas, so similar to, and it's also partnering with some of the folks that are reaching out to people. Like we approved some contracts last week, they'll be aware of it and they can spread the word. But similar to our childcare program vouchers for essential workers and our Save Our Small Business program, it's pretty much going to be spread out the same way. We've been very successful in getting people to apply for those programs.
All right, thank you. And congratulations.
We'll probably do an announcement as well and announce the program publicly.
Member Soria, you have the last word before we call.
Yeah, I want to add, because as Councilmember Carbasi, they originally also included neighborhood industries in some of their meetings. And so neighborhood industries is already actually doing delivery, Councilmember Bredefield. So we just approved their agreement last week, or I don't know, maybe last week. And theirs is a Take Care app. And there is a call-in number where people can sign up and they will deliver your groceries to wherever part in the city. I am going to be supplying some information for all the council districts so you guys can promote it, because they'll be launching it officially, I think, in the coming week. So I'll make sure that everyone has that information. But yeah, it is kind of supplemental to the food insecurity issue. But this is not just for seniors. This is for every type of family in our community.
Great. Thank you.
All right, with that, let's go to roll call, please.
Councilmember.
The Vice President.
So I'm just like to get to the vote.
Oh, yeah.
What we're doing.
Yep. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Councilmember Esparza.
Aye.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Aye.
Councilmember Soria.
Yes.
Council Vice President Capriolio.
Absolutely, yes.
President Arias.
Yes.
7-0.
All right, council, looks like that concludes our meeting. As a last minute reminder, on September 9th at 2 o'clock, we'll be doing the virtual groundbreaking for this great building that you see behind me. The Chinatown housing project funded by the TCC grant that the city council was supportive of. So since it'll be a virtual and I don't have to be next to any of you, you're welcome to attend the virtual groundbreaking on September 9th at 2 o'clock. Thank you again for being supportive of West Fresno and this significant investment. And thank you for today's meeting. We are officially adjourned at 3:16 for the August 27th meeting.
Time for recess.
Council President.
Yes, Council Vice President.
I want to again invite the council and the entire public to our fantastic airport. There's a virtual way to do it and a physical way with social distancing and masking. That's 10 o'clock, Fresno Yosemite International Airport, 10 o'clock. So we'll see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Go AOC.